Hello, hello. Is this thing on? Hi, Digi. Hi, Katja. Hi, Kay. Hi, Terry. Hi, Shiny. Hi, Alt. How we doing? Pretty decent rolls across the board. Except mine. How are we, everyone? How are we doing? Yeah, well, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but no, I'm doing good. Katja with first, Slinky with second, Alt with third. Hell yeah, well done. Studying for a final exam that's Thursday. Good luck. How are you feeling? Are you ready and it's just a case of getting in the final bits of prep? Or are we still in crunch mode? 19's good. 19 is very good. Hi Chris, how you doing, bud? Good morning. How'd you sleep? You're alright. Bought even more games that you didn't need? I mean, what's a collection if not a thing, like a bunch of things that you don't need? I mean, it's part of the joy of collecting things, right? Don't judge yourself too harshly. Haven't slept all night? You procrastinated? Oh no. If you've got a crash, I suggest that you do. I appreciate your company, always appreciate your company. But if you've got to sleep, that takes priority every time. 3 stream streak, hell yeah, Chris. A Slink with a 5 stream streak, hell yes. Streaking all over the place with a roll of 13. Had enough initiative bonus and your character sheet. It's always the case, right? Is the hidden stats to the pit with you. Doing good? Yeah, good to hear. Good to hear. How am I? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. There are a couple of things that I didn't get around to today, but I shouldn't be too harsh on myself because I got to things that I did want to as well. I made contact with a client that I needed to check in with. Like I sent that message out. I've cleaned up some of the box debris in the place. I've moved over some clothes from the previous location to this one. No, productive day. I'm good. You have to get ready in like 2 hours. You have to hurry up. Not getting any sleep. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, I'll do my best to give you like a cozy space to just chill in then. No sleep, but at least chill. Driving on the highway 250 kilometers an hour right now using your feet so you can type it down. I do not. 14's not bad. If you skip entire night, your bio clock is perfectly fixed. Yeah, if that's my like break class in case of emergency option. Yeah, that's my break class in case of emergency option. If my sleep is royally stuffed and I need to fix it pronto, I'll do the stay up all night strat. It does tend to work, but does it? It just burns a day. It burns a day in the process. But yeah. How do I sound, by the way, if my microphone's down here, slightly off frame? Do I still sound clear or is it a bit muffled? You're studying French? Hell yeah, that's awesome. Native language, so it's really annoying. Yep. One of these days I'll get around to learning Greek. Same reason. Mic is fine. Excellent. Excellent. Don't have an option for it. Very clear, no muffle. Excellent. Sweet. I'm going to play around with it a little bit because I'm intending to. The intention is to have the boom arm on the other side of my desk soon, like in a month's time or so. I'm going to have it on the other side of the desk so I can swivel over to my second desk for traditional art setups. We're not quite there yet, but that's the intention. So I'm going to going to be messing around with a couple of things moving forward. In terms of talking about messing around with things, today we are going to be working on storyboarding for the intro to stream. I kind of know what visuals I want, but one, I need to lock them in, and two, I need to come up with a script for the voiceover for it as well. I can do this in my own time, but I would like to run it past you guys. I mean, you guys are going to be the poor souls subjected to it, so best to get your opinion. Hell yeah, Blood. Congrats, Bud. I'm kind of an expert on French. Watch this. Oui, Espanol, señorita. Not even close. Points for trying, though. Don't know if you've realized that Mike has been muted this whole time. Ah, frick. Hi, Cal. How you doing, bud? Where's your one? Well, you've hit one end of the scale. Now you'll ricochet in the other direction, I promise. That's how these things go. You got to get going now. Just wanted to tune in and say hi. Have a great stream. All of you have a good day or evening. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, thank you. Good luck, bud. Rest up. Obviously, don't sleep, but make sure that you chill a little bit before class. Good luck with your exam on Thursday. Reading my lips. Giving the game away. If you roll a 1, you'll shave your beard. Not today. Not today. But the ricochet has begun to happen. Sucks to be lucky all the time. My steak is too juicy. My lobster too buttery. Rare stream behind the scenes. Yeah. If you roll a 1, you'll shave Blood's beard with a knife. Close but no cigar. All right. All right. How's your Geneva Convention checklist going to go today? Another 30. I know. It's your lucky number for today. So, establishing scene. What do we got? We have Brink is the intention. I have a starting image for Brink, but I want to refine it. I do have a starting image, but it's not quite there yet. So I do want to clean it up a little bit, but that's the intention, is to start with, here, I'll quickly nab it. This one. This is a version of Brink that we've currently got. I don't like how flat it is. I'd like to make it so that the land masses have a little bit more form to them. Even though it's supposed to be a shell, it's kind of a paper thin shell at the moment. I'd like to add a little bit more land mass underneath, and maybe make the ice cap at the bottom a little bit more interesting. But the intention is to start with this image and then go from there. It's Japan? No, not Japan, not Japan. The world which we are in here in the tavern. So we've got, oh, is that all on one layer? Heck, what have I done? Hi, Miz, how you doing? Welcome in. Hi. How'd you go? We're stalking here. Hi, welcome in. Hi, Paradox, hi. Hey, hi, hello. How was stream? How'd you go? Did you win? Did you track down who was stalking you this entire time? Doing interesting. On a good note, you're working on rewriting one of your books. On a possible double-edged sword, you tried coconut water again and you like it, but you may also be allergic to it. We'll try again tomorrow just in case it was something else, but coconut water is quite the exotic food intake, so if something weird happened, might be from the coconut milk, unfortunately. Good luck with the test tomorrow, but just be careful, okay? If it is a severe reaction, make sure that you have anti-inflammatories and stuff on hand. Music drifts upon the breeze as Mahali starts to play his part, finds the rhythm in the trees. and weaves a song within the heart. Oh, hell yeah. A bard after my own heart. Welcome in, Aiden. Miz, nice. How we doing? How was stream? Been stalked and done some stalking ourselves? Hell yes. Show 'em what for. If you've got anything that you'd like to share, Miz, it can be things that you've shown in the past, something from your previous body of work, anything new that you worked on, a work in progress piece, I don't mind. Anything and everything is open as an option. Coconut milk is exotic. If it's not part of your usual diet, then introducing coconut milk would probably be like an exotic addition. Yeah, I'd say so. Meds and vitamins are taken. Nice. Forgot it earlier with breakfast. I mean, still staying on top of it even after the fact is good. We get to hear Gentleman Harley voice tonight. How you doing, Lemon? How you doing? Many stalkings. Yeah, I caught a little bit of the stalking. And a little bit of the sewer spelunking as well. That didn't look fun, to be entirely honest. Or you can tell me right now as your brain really wants to drink more and it wasn't a severe reaction, just notice that your throat did feel a little thicker. Yeah, even still be a little bit on the careful side of things. You can share something? Yeah, sweet. Good. How am I? Yeah, I'm doing good. There were a couple of things that I didn't get to today. So I'm a little bit disappointed in myself for not doing those, but I can't be too harsh because I did manage to tick a few things off the list. So. How are you, Distron? Let's quickly have a look. Oh, I haven't seen this one. Excuse me. Is this perhaps inspired by Berserk? Granted, the only thing that's given me that intuition is the name Guts. But it's a famous Guts character. Let's change over to where you can actually see it. But yeah, it's heckin' sick. So as for a prompt is in the piece. Yeah, okay. Hell yeah. That's so good. That's so good. I'm a sucker for any sort of like strong silhouette. You've done an amazing job. Reminds me of there's a Magic the Gathering expansion called Bloomburrow, I think it's called Bloomburrow, where all of the characters in it are animals, not anthropomorphic, but animals. And a lot of the villainous animals are predators, so bears, wolves, foxes, that sort of thing. It's giving that kind of vibe to me, which I like a lot. It's really nice. There's always tomorrow. Be gentle to yourself. Yeah. The problem is that I've got expectations for tomorrow as well. So if I fail expectations for today, they kind of bump into tomorrow. But we'll see. We'll see how we go. You're proud of me, nice? Thank you, bud. Thank you. How you doing? How's your day been? This is amazing. Ain't it just? Ain't it just? Thank you for sharing, Miz. Before I forget, if you've got to raid and run, because you got to get to sleep, you got to get food, hydrate, get up, move around, decompress, whatever it happens to be, please prioritize looking after yourself first and foremost. But if you want to hang out for a bit, happy to have you. This guy really? Nose. We're zooming in on the nose today. My camera knows something that I don't. Absolute bottom of the barrel. Did the email go? It went okay. I haven't received a response yet, but I didn't anticipate that I would, because all of my correspondence with this particular client tends to take about 24 hours. I'm pretty happy with how I formatted it. Like, Punk's general direction gave me kind of a like a bit of structure to adhere to. I feel good. I feel good. We'll see. If they ghost me or whatever, then I can just go forth with confidence and be like, hey, you didn't respond in like a week after I sent the thing, so you're gonna have to wait your turn or look for somebody else. Was done in October last year, this piece. Hell yeah. I'm awful with staying on top of my own pieces, in terms of like sharing them with other people. So I'm I'm glad that even though it's one from October, you still shared it. Thank you. Was this the Sounds Good client? This is the... They were completely fine with me talking about it, so I can talk about it openly. It's a client that wants to commission me to do 6 card illustrations as part of a new card game that they're making. They're fine with me doing it all on stream for each of the images, so that's the intention. But they've also said that they want to keep me in the, like... They haven't actually gotten the business side of things off the ground yet, so they're sort of keeping me waiting, which is fine, but it's gone a little bit longer than they had kind of insinuated that it would, so I needed to touch base with them. Cards? Yeah! What to check out, what your artist is working on for your game. Ooh. You're terrible with updating social media. Yeah. Check out what artist is... it's less to do with them checking on me and me more than me checking on them, because they've kind of haven't updated me as to how they're going. What a fun piece. Yeah, ain't it fun? Perfectly fair. Yeah, that's my impression, is they seemed relatively chill. So if I were to say like, hey, I haven't heard from you, so I've gone ahead with another commission, I'll be free again in a month, they'll probably be fine with it. But we'll see. We'll see. Be interested in making cards? Making a card game as well? Really? So, more neutral. Oh, really? That sounds pretty... That's cool. Yeah, no, a lot of my favorite illustrations in anything ever have... here we go. All right, hold your breaths. You'll be making cards soon, TM? Hell yeah. They're so much fun. I've made a Squirtle illustration once that I was really happy with. To a degree. As happy as I can be with something. I really enjoy the process. I really enjoy the process. Keeping me waiting. No. It's not that I haven't paid me. It's more they've said, hey, I'm interested in you doing this job for me, but I can't go ahead with it yet. I'll let you know when we can go ahead with it. But it's been a couple of months since then. So I need to check with them if they're still good to go ahead soon, or if I should go ahead with another commission to pay my bills in the meantime. If things are tight, that gives them a month to get it together. It's better than just completely cutting them off. Yeah. Loved the first reaction. Let's be honest, a little bit of an honest reaction. I apologize. Game you're making is basically Slay the Spire, inspired with mechanics, but story and everything will be based on tarot and Jungian symbolism. I'm not familiar. Apologies if I mispronounced it. That happens to you too, because you're just paying for stuff out of your own pocket. Yep. Here's the whip. Oh, chuck it in the Discord so people can give it a look at any time. I don't tend to check links actively during stream. Squirtle. Yeah, Aiden, as part of a friend's like collection of the original 151 Pokemon, we were just kind of throwing together like contributions towards it. And my contribution was Squirtle. Thanks, bud. Thank you. And thanks for the link as well, Billy. I appreciate it. But yes, okay, so now that I'm on the correct layer, we start with Brink. So it's this image, remember? The one on the right. So we're starting with that one. I'll clean it up a little bit before we go ahead with that one particular, but that gives us a bit of structure. Then the intention is to have moving, swirling clouds on the planet, as well as like some twinkle stars in the background, perhaps a little bit of a pulsing light from the core. So if I were to add, let's add notes. Yeah, twinkle. Perfect note size. Glorious, beautiful. Twinkling stars, shifting / swirling clouds, pulsing core. Twinkle. Of course, Dis, of course. Jungian symbolism comes from Jung. He was a psychiatrist and kind of dabbled in alchemy and supernatural. Ah, cool. Very, what's the word? Why can't I think of the word? Something equivalent to cottagecore. Don't mind me. I can't think of it. Onto anything else. But yes, so we start with Brink. Then we zoom in on the split continent that the Tavern is on. As part of that zoom, I want it to be a combination of a digital zoom as well as smear frames. So we'll have streaking stars. The planet itself will kind of morph a little bit. Lots of blurry. Cozy core? Yeah, kind of. I'm thinking more... what am I thinking of? A vibe came to mind, but I can't put words to it. I think I'm thinking of... no, can't put words to it. Cool. It sounds cool. We'll go with that. That's a word that I know that can apply here. Hi, Grenade. How you doing? Morning, bud. How'd you sleep? But where's my text box? Excuse me? Sure. Smear frames, blur, streaking stars. Then we've decided on the name. Where's the name? Daybreak. We have the Daybreak Drylands. No, yeah, I have no words. It's too beautiful. Idea is basically that you start a deck with mostly neutral cards that fate deals you, and then you're building yourself and your personality by card choices and encounter monsters that are metaphors of real issues you can encounter. I like the idea. So the way that Slay the Spire works is that you have your core card set that you start with. So you start with, I believe it's 5 strikes, 5 defends, and then 2 unique cards to your class. I like the idea of, through the metaphor of playing with the cards that you're dealt, there being a pool of cards that you can start with, and it's a little bit random. So it is literally that you're given sort of a random smattering of cards that you just kind of have to make do with to begin with. I think that's really cool. It might not play great, I don't know, but the concept I think is sick. So am I in Oz? Yeah, I'm an Aussie. Half Greek, so I might... I may make reference to my Greek blood occasionally. I might point to my wrist and say, deep down, I have the blood of Hercules. Ένα ήρωας μέσα στο... I don't know what the word for blood is. Μέσα στο κεφάλι μου. But yeah, mostly Oz. Mostly Oz. Not great. You're in the weird season where it's too sweaty, also too cold at night. Ugh. Yuck. Yuck. Sorry, bud. You have a spin class in 2 hours and then some gym after. I mean, hey, getting active does help. Getting active does help. It helps with that feeling of being all cramped and stuck. Twerkules. Hi Squid, how you doing? I'm just imagining the opening of the Disney Hercules movie with the muses. One of them yelling out, "Twerkules!" Oh, God, let's not talk about the scene that follows. Smear frames, blur, streaking stars. Then we go to the Daybreak Drylands. Daybreak Drylands. Daybreak Drylands. The scales are finally going down. It's slower doing it in the healthy way, but you're glad you stuck with it. Really hoping with the surgery ready by September. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Is I've done both. I've done weight loss the healthy way, and I've done it the unhealthy way. The unhealthy way, super addictive because you're like, I'm seeing results. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The health, like whiplash that you receive afterwards, it sucks. It sucks so much. I never recommended. Never recommended. Extra life sound effect from the game. Only played the Disney Hercules PS1 game, not gonna lie, it slapped. I don't know what it is, but the old movie tie-in games back in the day, some of them actually were... Don't get me wrong, you had your duds. Like, I'm never going to defend the Cat in the Hat PS2 game. It's not going to happen. But some of them, like the Lord of the Rings tie-in games and stuff, fucking amazing. But Star Wars games go down in absolute, like, the halls of legends. You were active today, had some bad pub food, but still feel okay. It was nice to get out. That's the thing, right? Is if you're feeling really goopy, for lack of a better word, getting out and about does help you get through that sludge faster. Very much so. Whereas if you kind of wallow in it, you kind of steep in it for hours and hours and hours, and you just feel awful. All your teenage years? Yeah. You want to get muscles now? Yeah. Patience is a virtue in this particular instance, but it sounds like you're on top of it. Sounds like you're on top of it. What's the unhealthy way? Is that doing weight loss tricks? No, it tends to be... I'll speak for myself, but the unhealthy way tends to be like malnourishment, like spitting food back up. I'll keep it vague, but like overly working out, that sort of thing. Alien game? Yeah, Alien games. Yep. I've heard that they're potentially coming out with a sequel to Alien Isolation as well. Hell yeah. Disney games on the 8 and 16-bit systems are really good. All I can think of is the Disney skateboard game back on the PS2. Oh, did anybody play that? Yep. Is it? Am I fever dreaming it? Did it exist? Disney skateboard game. Did anyone play this? Images. This one. And they absolutely nuke your bone density. Yeah. Both eating disorders and weight loss drugs. Yeah. Debs are good for the people they're meant for, but they're being used as a new form for eating disorders. Yeah. Yeah. You didn't, but it probably did exist. Well, it was... Here's the thing. I have such rose-tinted glasses when it comes to this game because I had such a mixed bag of games that I played when I was a kid. I never played Tony Hawk Skater, for example. So in my brain, the Disney skateboard game was peak, was the best skateboarding game that ever existed as somebody who never played skateboarding games. So I've got absolutely no idea what to compare it to. Smear frames, blur, streaking stars, then the... I I need to commit it to memory. Daybreak Drylands. The Daybreak Drylands. I want it to be kind of an over the top landscape where you see a bunch of the sinkholes as well as the sort of shifting ground underneath. Then the camera sort of darts into one of the sinkholes. Lingers on the Daybreak Drylands, then pans and zooms on a sinkhole. PS2 is pretty easy to emulate in this day and age. Can do it on a middle-aged IS. i5? Right. As in, what's he? CPU? Yeah, fair. I mean, back in Perth, I've got the old PS2, and I probably have the skateboard game around there somewhere. I'd be able to plug it in and play it again. You're a lingering sinkhole? No, drunk, no. You're a bucket of fun. I won't hear otherwise. Hi, Skull. How you doing? Okay. Then the scene will have a bunch of pine trees, like so, kind of occupying the majority of the frame. He does linger, and that whole doobie singing. I'm immediately panicking as soon as I hear somebody say, "Well, technically, it's accurate, actually." Ooh. Natural 20, hell yeah. i5 CPU with only 8 gigs of RAM, integrated graphics. Most people have more powerful machines than that. Yeah. Yep. No, my little toaster here is a bit... No, I can't even call it that anymore. It's actually quite good. My streaming PC is quite good nowadays. Will you survive spin class? Ooh, I mean, not a failure outright. Absolutely not a failure outright. We need a darker color again. The camera stabilizes. The camera refocuses in the treetops. Underneath Daybreak in the duskwood, then starts to accelerate forward with trees rushing past. The shot grows lighter and lighter. Until a full fade to white. You had a nat 20. Guest cleaning goes really well today. Yeah, yep. Well, that's the thing, is in D&D, natural 20 is going to apply to anything. Haven't started yet, in anticipation of it. Then we jump down to this layer again. Then it goes from a fade to white to this illustration that we actually have on hand. Oh, for those who haven't seen it yet, the tavern is finished, completely done. But boom, huzzah. So the intention would be that the camera flies through the forest of the Duskwood and then ends up in this scene. Yeah. The version of the scene where the lights in the tavern are turned off. So we end up... So is it an underground cavern? It is, yeah. The Duskwood Hollows are a forest, underground. So you've got the Daybreak Drylands, which is like a big desert expanse across the entire continent. And the reason why it is a desert is because there are a bunch of sinkholes in it where all of the moisture, nutrients, everything kind of goes down underneath into where the Duskwood is. And then subsequently, the Duskwood is incredibly lush, incredibly overgrown, mossy, full of fungus. Every trope that you want to apply from fantasy, anything. Is it a little hollow earthy? It is, correct, yeah. That was part of the initial inspiration, yeah. Okay, let me check a little text box under here. We bring the font size down from King Kong scale. Fade from white. The illustration of the tavern with its lights turned out. They then slowly turn on, and the camera moves forward, fade to black. Hollow Earth, like that Brendan Fraser movie. Exactly, yeah. Oh no. Will you be smart and take sick leave till the end of the week before you burn out like kindling in the California forest? Oh, dearie dear. Katja, if you are feeling on the brink of burnout, don't base it off of a dice roll. You know what to do. No, not the whale. The Journey to the Center of the Earth, I think it was. Gonna head to bed. Be kind to yourself. There's time to finish tasks. Thank you, bud. Thank you. Look after yourself. Sleep well, bud. Thanks for hanging out. Jumps head first into the pit. Oh, here we go. All right. Okay, so fade to black. Then we've got the image of the tavern door with the little ringer next to it. Ring-a-ding-a-ling-a-ling. That's the sound effect that I'll use. I'll record exactly that and use that over the top. Bollywood? Is that my version of like a Bollywood movie? I do enjoy Hollywood movies, but Mahali's Bollywood, where he just spends the entire time just making like Notre Dame-esque bell noises. What can I say? It's hard to beat. Fade from black, standing outside the door to the tavern. The door opens and the camera, quote unquote, walks forward. Cool. I think that's everything. Time to start doing stuff around the house, or nothing gets done. Yeah, fair. Need to run to the pharmacy and get meds. Love you all and stay amazing. Thank you, nice. Look after yourself, bud. Good luck with your travels. Good luck with cleanup, and I'll chat to you later. Frasier is best actor ever. I could probably agree with that. It's difficult to say like X person is the best full stop, but I'd say that he's up there in the conversation. He's so kind, yeah. As a person, like, yeah, 10 out of 10. No questions asked. Hi, Noel. How you doing, bud? So we start with Brink, Zoom, Daybreak Drylands, Linger, move into one of the sinkholes, drop into the forest, then start moving forward, and I think down. I think the trees have to start getting, like, taller and taller as we're going from like top of the tree line down like deeper into the forest, quote unquote. This one and this one can be relatively filler because they're just kind of there to give you a general sense, whereas I feel like the picture of Brink, the picture of the tavern, and the picture of the door need to be more rendered. Because they're specific locations. He was so underrated in Doom Patrol. I never saw it. What streaming service was it on? Dudley Do Right, OP? Dudley Do Right? Dudley Do Right? Why am I thinking Dr. Dolittle? It kind of occupies the same spot in my brain. Dudley Do Right. To Google. Dudley Do Right. Oh. I've seen the character before. There was a live action version? Huh. That I was not familiar with. I've seen this character before, I think a couple of times. Is it a Hanna-Barbera character? A segment on the Adventures of Rocky and Bullwinkle. Yeah, no, that would be why. Not familiar at all. The Mummy, aka the ultimate bisexual panic. There were a lot of incredibly attractive people in that movie, Mummy included, I would say. Lived and died on a platform no one had, like Peacock. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because, yeah, no, I'm Doom Patrol I heard was good, but never watched. What was Toilet Seat Man? Not Patriot. What was the name of the guy with the chrome helmet? Apparently that was quite good as well. What am I yodeling? Don't mind me. Doom Patrol was pretty cool. Yeah, I heard. Okay, so we've got the images that we need. In terms of raw starting spot, like starting points, we've got this one, which is good. We've started on this one. Like we've got the start of the door as well. Enjoy your lurk, Katya. We've got the start of the door as well, so we've got a starting point for that. We've got a starting point for this, so starting point. This will have to be completely fresh. This will have to be completely... that will have to be completely fresh. Okay. Toilet Seat Man. I think that was the kids next door. No, it's the guy from Suicide Squad. I just can't remember his name. Sorry, The Suicide Squad. The Suicide Squad, the second one. Oh, Peacemaker. That's the one. Thank you. Thank you, Tiz. Could have sworn Peacemaker was killed in the Suicide Squad movie, but apparently not. Yes, apparently that was like part of the show, was that he'd survived the bullet or something. Okay, so we've got our shot list, which is good. It's a good starting point. I'll now need to come up with the dialogue that I want to use. How cheesy do we want to go with this? For full context, if you've got no idea what I'm doing, this is going to be the opening to stream. We're going to have like a little animated opening in the same way that the start of Avatar: The Last Airbender has a kind of a synopsis, like a quick little blurb back of the book, catch you up to speed. This is what's happening in the story kind of thing. Just to kind of introduce some of the world concepts. Very cheesy. In a world. Cheesy. Avatar intro map. Yeah, okay. No, I could use that as like the... I could use that as the bar. The benchmark. Okay. We could tie the planet Origin into this as well, now that I think about it. It gives me more work, but who cares if it's better? Let's move everything down a little bit. Hear me out. We have a new starting frame, which is Brink when it was whole. And perhaps the sentiment starts with... yeah, perhaps the scene starts with... oh, God. I mean, we were discussing a cheese factor before. Once upon a time. Once upon a time, there was a world of life and potential. But not everything goes to plan, and then it shows the fracture. Hi, Luca. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Loose. Sorry. How you doing? How's your day been? What kind of mood am I aiming for? One of a little bit of whimsy, I feel. You're good? How am I? Yeah, I'm doing good. Had a productive day. So, yeah, no, I have a smile on my face. In terms of how I'm doing with stream, particularly, we're sorting out what we want to do for the intro to stream at the moment. So similar to, I will forever give the example because it's just so apt. The intro to Avatar: The Last Airbender, where it has like the overarching intro to the show as like a catching you up to speed kind of thing. I want to do that for stream. So we're currently storyboarding how that's going to work. And then once we've got all of the scenes, all of the dialogue that we want, we'll go ahead with like getting all of the keyframes that we need, and then we'll animate in between. Once upon a time, there was a nut. I mean, that sounds incredible for some sort of like Yggdrasil style epic world tree. That'd be hecking sick. Could you imagine?
We didn't start with a planet. We started with a seed. It grew in the expanse, twisting, twirling, branching out in the cosmos, delivering unto us a world.
Zoom in on the planet, then hard zoom out because the wrong planet. Oopsie daisies. Hi Annie, how you doing? Welcome in. I thought that was the point. Yeah. Would go for full Gouda for the level of cheese, but that's just you. Yeah, that's fair. It's probably not full Gouda because it needs to be immersive to some extent, right? If it's cheese to the max, if we're talking like cheese supreme nacho surprise, then at that point in time people are kind of tuning out a little bit. Not necessarily tuning out, but less willing to play ball with the RP, I suppose. Hi Josh, how you doing? Do you spy a storyboard for an animation? You do. This is the intro to the stream that we're working on at the moment, Josh. We're doing an introduction to Brink, and we're doing an introduction to the Hollywood, and then the Duskwood Hollows and the Tavern itself, obviously. Sound like a Civ 6 guy?
If you dare encroach upon my territory, I will not hesitate. To engage your army.
With horses, probably. Horses, spearmen, but also lasers, because strangely enough, we've invested in quite a bit of that particular technology. Everything else is kind of Stone Age. Horses are... Sorry, I forgot who I was speaking with. Yes, horses and pigeons. Both, not real. Recording and modding you into Civ 7. There are better voice actors. AKA all of them. Never gotten far enough for a laser war. No. I suppose that's the hand of Darwin is at play at that point. Their government spies horses? Yeah, no, I can see it. To be fair, though, I don't quite understand deploying horses to the countryside. Go spy on the farmers for me. I need to avoid inner world. I need to avoid the words inner world like the plague. It would destroy me. It would just actually destroy me, I think. The government hates... Sorry, yeah, true. Engineered as a way to distract us from the fake moon landing. Yeah, okay, no, I can see that. I can see that. My Little Pony, it takes on far more of an ominous feeling once that truth becomes available to you. Yeah. Because that was, that was brainwashing done successfully. PSYOP, yeah. No, that was the word that I was looking for. Thank you for updating my lexicon. Horses are CIA and flock of birds are UFOs. It's in the law. I was expecting you to say FBI or something. I was not expecting UFOs. That was very funny. All right. Let's, instead of just spitballing, let's actually have a little note document open on the side. Let's see. Once upon a time. There was a, I'm gonna ramble and then we can refine. We'll get it all down on paper and then we can chop, change, clean up, whatever happens to need. There was a world of creativity and potential. But things happen. Crack. Nowadays, we refer to it as Brink. Don't get you started on Care Bears. Oh boy. Friendship, love, hugs, frick you. I know. I know what emotions are. Don't tell me what to think and feel. Pigeons are actually innocent, though. I mean, in the same way that, like, the robot from iRobot is innocent, you know? Like, it's not responsible for the fact that it was created as a machine of malevolence, you know? The same with pigeons. Friendship is magic is commie talk. When we last left off, potentially we'll get the whole vibe down, and then we can nitpick the language later. Meant they aren't even spies. They're only the benevolent beings on this planet. They're the only benevolent beings on this planet, right? I mean, hey, tracks. Once upon a time, there was a world of creativity and potential, but things happen. Nowadays, we refer to it as Brink. So we're on this frame. Then there doesn't need to be more dialogue as it zooms in. What's the sentiment that I want to communicate at this point? Something along the lines of, like, cool things can be found in the least likely of places. We maybe find language that connects the first sentiment to the second sentiment. Basically, all pigeons were made to carry messages for us. If anything, they're victims, yeah. I can see that. Potential, but is already really funny. Your quarter life crisis is getting really into pigeons. I mean, I'm friends with somebody who has a pigeon and they're thriving. So not the worst thing. Disc scratch sound effect. So I guess you're wondering how I got here. I feel the need to enter chat as a. Well, I mean, speak of the devil. Hi Pixie, how you doing? Once upon a time, there was a world of creativity and potential. But things happen. Nowadays, we refer to it as Brink. Covered in interesting pockets of I can't think of the language that I want to use. something along the lines of it's covered in many pocket awful language, awful language. The English language is being butchered, but who cares? Who cares? It's covered in many pockets of fun and interesting people. Oh, it's fine. But the we're starting with broad strokes, but the place we'll be visiting is a little more difficult to find. Beneath the dunes of the Daybreak Drylands, through the dense forest of the Duskwood Hollows, we find ourselves outside a tavern, sat snugly in tall tale respite. We probably don't need all of this. Looks like it's open for business. Let's head inside. It's begging for a Discworld tone. I can see that. I don't want to go full Discworld because the wackiness kind of breaks the Richter scale at that point. Don't get too caught up in my script. Work more on the in-between frames, in your opinion. For sure. I just want to get like the beats down to make sure that the storyboard does what it's supposed to. Because if I come to an understanding that the script wants to do more things or different things, then like all of the storyboards in the world are meaningless. So I'm just going to quickly get the general idea onto paper, and then if I'm happy with that, I can start going ahead with the in-between frames. Nothing else stuck. It's just a Pidgey. Envisioning keyboard in flames, because this is fire. This is not fire. This is first draft. Thought both he and his sister were girls when they were kittens. Great name, to be honest. Definitely not as bad as your poor boy cat being called Izzy. I mean, Izzy's a fine gender neutral name. It's fine. Don't worry about it. He's just a handsome Isabel. Exactly. Once upon a time, there was a world of creativity and potential, but things happen. Nowadays, we refer to it as Brink. It's covered in many pockets of fun and interesting people, but the place we'll be visiting is a little more difficult to find. Beneath the dunes of the Daybreak Drylands, through the dense forest of the Duskwood Hollows, we find ourselves outside of a tavern sat snugly in tall tale respite. Looks like it's open for business. Let's head inside. I suppose the one thing I'm realizing that I'm curling up like a prawn. I feel like the one thing it is missing is that it doesn't really communicate what the tavern is like in kind. Like, is this just a tavern? Is it a tavern full of cool people? Is it a tavern full of hooligans? Like, kind of... You visit, you get thrown into the pit. Break time, go brain and snacks. Yes, yeah, you are correct. a couple of minutes ago. I did tell you to take my break. It's been an hour, so I'm going to get up. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to let my brain sort of cool down, the steam sort of dissipate. I recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour and you haven't moved around a bit, get up, move, grab a drink of water, outwait the 3 minutes of ads that I'm about to play. I'm going to run the ads so that we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the following hour. I'll see you soon. Okay? Yeah, B. Hello. Hi, David. Sorry, I stepped away as soon as you rocked up. Welcome in, bud. Welcome back. Hi. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Drunk, I think you're right. I think it is a case of the visuals and sound can do a wonderful job of giving the impression of what the tavern is like. I don't think I need to elucidate further in the actual script itself. I also kind of agree that the whimsy silliness of something along the lines of once upon a time there's a world full of creativity and potential, but things happen. I think just leaving that as is quite good. The rest of it will need a couple more passes, I think, before I end up at the language that I want. But overall, I think it gets the idea across. I'm happy with the frames that are included. I'm glad that I did go through the initial script pass, because then it means that we ended up with the starting frame being a little bit different. Sweet. Awesome. Cool. So with this as a starting point, I think we grab the... we can start with Brink. We can start with Brink, I think. Could have clamoring SFX stuff, as it seems. Yeah, clamoring. You could have like somebody with like a ukulele and like a la la, or like something as the door opens, like a paint splatter against the door. Gives the impression of like a bunch of chaos, but fun, like chaos, fun, creative, arty something. No ukulele. Sorry, something else. A piano chord. Welcome to the world of Brink. Long ago, the planet's magical core shattered the surface into multiple plates, all still connected and held in place by the weird... No, too technical. Too technical. I want it to kind of communicate general ideas, but it doesn't need to go into like technically how things work. Yeah. It needs to be light and easily digested. I don't want it to come across as like documentary-esque. Every time you see ukulele, I think about the worst influencer. Apologies. Yeah, I did not piece that together, but no, that makes sense. Firstly, stealing the zooming motif for your story, but with the bad storytelling, like every planet has a story, even this one. Glorious. Is this the intro video planning? Yeah, yep. I should be able to just grab this. Huzzah. And I've got all the layers. Glorious. Okay. All of that's on one layer. Sweet. So if I grab this, and this. Merge. Oops. Grab this part. Copy. We'll make this. We need to make it big because we're planning on doing a pretty extreme zoom. So we want to start with a bunch of detail and be able to zoom and not lose that much detail in the process. So we'll grab that, move it to the middle, expand it. It's going to look a bit fuzzy, but that's okay because we're going over it again. We want like a purpley blue dark astralscape behind. We'll start with this. Might be cool if it's a little voiceover from the bartender of the tavern. A grumbly welcome. Well, the bartender is...
I brought all my receipts.
The bartender is Hawthorne, so if anything, it would be a little bit more ethereal, hollow, echoey, woody sounding. Big Bang is going to get reversed. Big Bang is going to get contained, if anything. A little bigger? Yeah, okay, we can do a little bit bigger. Then I'm going to duplicate this layer. This top version, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab all the chunks and I'm going to stick them together. See how close we get. I mean, it's a cool visual to have it like in a partially broken form. Actually, we need the chunk separated anyway, so cut, paste. I'll wait until I've got the final version. Woody sounding. Good luck getting the voice actor. It costs Toy Story. Yeah, true. I mean, Tom Hanks is a legend for a reason. What does Woody and Ethereal sound like? Similar to like a clarinet, I guess, or like a wooden flute, a pan flute potentially. Don't miss the opportunity to make the earth be flat and ride on the back of a giant turtle. That's straight up copyright infringement at that point, I feel. Okay. So, what do I want to do? I want the polar cap to be a bit chunkier. So I'm going to turn it into a little reverse polar cap. Like that one gyroid in Animal Crossing. Yeah. Yep. Similar to how Zelda does some of its dialogue. Not in the current Zelda games because they paid voice actors. Got them. But in something like a Twilight Princess, like Midna's dialogue, and that's the only one that really stands out, I suppose. Very sing-song. Tag yourself in the Southern Hemisphere. Yeah, that's me. Don't mention Midna. Still sad she never came back. But I mean, that's the case for all the games, right? Sheik never came back as a character concept. Fee never came back as a character concept. Navi didn't come back as a character concept. Yeah, like tends to be the case. It sucks, but kind of par for the course. For wooden wind instrumental sounds, sometimes you just have to try a bunch of things, see what you like. You know, the flute force approach. How dare you? How dare you? I was taking that as a legitimate, concept, as a legitimate comment. Oh. No, I can't be upset. That was good. That was good. Wonder why Fee didn't come back. I mean, yeah. Like Canon. She's in every game, Dodoy, but you know what I mean. In Zelda, yeah. Slamming your desk as you cry. It's not the same. It's just not the same. Maybe because she was overall hated. I feel as though Fee was like the least egregious part of Skyward Sword. Of all the things that I could possibly complain about Skyward Sword for, Fee is at the bottom of that list. Everything else was the worst. The controls, the camera work, the item system, the map layout, the story, the repetition, the fact that there were 3 levels and you just kept going back to them every time. The flying mechanics, everything was the worst in that game. Fee was a drop in a bucket. Thought I knew better than to trust anything you do with it. I mean, I don't know. I tend to, regardless of your track record, I tend to take everything pretty openly. The top of that list was the lack of CD drive clearly. Correct, yeah, exactly. If she didn't remind you that your batteries are low, she'd be up there. You were. She's probably not my favorite like Zelda companion, but she's not the reason why that game was awful. What game is this? Thought most of the Zelda games were well received. Skyward Sword. I'll quickly bring up the Skyward Sword. This one. The main gimmick of this game was that you, with your Wii remote, could swing your sword like Link. It felt like all of the ideas started and stopped with that. There was a degree of coolness to it. Like if you had an enemy blocking, diagonally, you could swipe diagonally in the other direction and it kind of like overcomes the block. Or if they're blocking horizontally, you can strike vertically and it overcomes the block. It's just fundamentally a cool concept. But I feel as though all of the development time went into that and less into everything else. The hub world called Skyloft was pretty cool, but it was the size of a peanut and there was zero depth to it. You unlock everything in Skyloft in the first 5 minutes of the game, and then everything else from there is filler. You unlock little other sky islands along the way, but there's nothing on them. Nothing of interest. It's boring and it's pointless. All of the levels are also the size of a peanut. And it's not a case of, how in, what's a good example? You know how in like Twilight Princess or Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask, how you'd go to an area and it would have its given purpose. You'd explore it. Maybe there'd be like a little bit of additional depth afterwards, but it did its job. In Skyward Sword, they recycled areas constantly. You had to come back to Skyloft to get things called gratitude crystals to unlock things with NPCs. Constantly. It was a grind. You also had to go back to the forest level 3 times. 3 times. And I don't mean to like a particular room in the forest level. No, you had to do the whole thing again 3 times. They'd recontextualize it. They'd be like, oh, there's this new area that's unlocked, but you have to go through the whole thing. Oh, the forest area has been flooded. Oh, that's actually interesting. I wonder how it would look if it was submerged in water. That would do quite a few cool things in terms of like waterlogging certain areas. It would add this weird filter over No, they didn't do any of that. They didn't add any filters. They didn't change the landscape at all. They just made it so that you were swimming in the air. It was the worst thing ever. I hated it with a fiery passion. Can you spoil Skyward Sword? There's a major fee complaint that yeah, you can spoil Skyward Sword. I don't think anybody minds. Also, wasn't it ported to the Switch? It was, yeah. A little bit of that world core, please. It does look crunchy, doesn't it? Like it looks like a pop rock or something. Only Zelda game that you've played to any length of time is the first one. Does sound kind of annoying? Yeah. If you had to play a Zelda game, I would recommend, or if you want like a quintessential Zelda experience, I would recommend Twilight Princess. If you want one of my favorite in the series, I would recommend The Wind Waker. If you want something a little bit more modern, I recommend Breath of the Wild, probably. Twilight Princess is a goat. Well, Wind Waker is the goat. Yeah. Yep. Play Phantom, whatever it is on DS. It's worse than Phantom Hourglass. I did not finish. I got to the end where I had to siege a pirate ship or something. I had to sneak on board. And as soon as it had me stuck behind the like phantom hourglass timer mechanic, I was so done. I was so done. Given I was a lot younger at the time, so I could probably brute force through it now, but my God, was that not a fun time? You think it's very lame that Fear's just a robot the whole time? The last 10 minutes goes, by the way, I have feelings and like you, and I'm also your sword forever by, before getting sealed away forever. I think it's less I have feelings, I like you in a romantic sense, and more of a, over the course of this adventure that I've had with you, I've grown to experience and feel things outside of just being a robot. Yes, it was very hand-fisted at the end and just kind of like stuffs it into the ending. Again, like the least of my hatreds for that stupid game. You remember thinking that the train one looked cute? Spirit Tracks has a killer soundtrack. The overworld theme for that is one of the greatest songs of all time. Just hands down. The gameplay for it is gimmicky. It's not very fun, unfortunately. It's cute. The aesthetic is cute. Twilight Princess Decompiled comes out really soon. There you go, boom. Wind Waker hates it when the wind had a late night out and is struggling to get out of bed. The Wind Waker, yeah. Genuinely though, an incredible game. Really, really, really enjoy it. There are some people who have issue with how long it takes to get from point A to point B in Wind Waker, which is fair. It's a fair criticism. Like, there's a lot of just sailing on a boat. But as somebody who thoroughly enjoys Sea of Thieves, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Yar, I do be gallivanting out on the ocean waves. Breath of the Wild was your first Zelda game, and it was years after it came out, and you were so deeply immersed. Yes. I sunk a good couple of 100 hours into it. Very, very, very fun game. I wouldn't say it's like the best Zelda experience though. It's a good Zelda experience, but it's not what's unique to the series, I'd say. Does that make sense? Like it doesn't kind of represent the mechanics of the series as a whole. It does super unique things and I love it, but yeah, I wouldn't say it's like the core example. Meant for being a friend at all compared to even Lineback. At least Spirit Tracks, you have the best Zelda. Yeah, true. Hi Logic, hey Bud. Ghoulie. Ghoulie agrees with me. Pirate life, best life. Stop trying, I can't hit the notes. I can't hit the notes with this one, too high. Came in to talk of Seas. Yeah, so we were talking about best Zelda games. And Wind Waker obviously had to come up. I brought up the fact that people have issue with the fact that you're on a boat for the majority of it. But as a fan of Sea of Thieves, I had to give it credit. Do you think Skyward Sword has some of the best dungeons and bosses in the 3D games? You'll Die on That Hill. The best water temple. I didn't find the water temple to be too compelling in Skyward Sword. Maybe I was just harumphing too hard at that point. Perhaps it was too difficult to get beyond the crossed arms and Thunderbrows barrier that I had erected, but nothing really stood out to me. But then again, like I've never thought of the temples too highly, like the water temples too highly just in general. Boat travel is the best, that's what I'm saying. You get it. Haven't tried the older games because you fear it won't have the same magic for you, because Zelda for you is Breath of the Wild. That's completely fair. That's completely fair. Anytime somebody's like, we need to go back to the previous Zelda formats, frick anybody who likes the new format for Zelda. It's like, I understand the sentiment, but I feel as though, I don't know, we can have both. We can have both fandoms. We're allowed. It's not against the rules. Such a departure from the rest of the franchise, yeah. It had the Buddhist story where the climb up the rope might just be you weeping out. I was missing that narrative context for it, so I don't know. Maybe if I played it again, it would hit a little bit harder. Something tells me that I would enjoy Twilight Princess's dungeons the most. Because even though it's been 18 years, good lord, even though it's been 18 years since I played it, I still remember chunks of them, which is crazy for me. Like my memory doesn't usually hold out that long. We can have both. Just feel like you missed the boat on the OG experience. That's fair. That's fair. Think of it like this. Think of it like this. In the same way that I might have come from more OG Zelda experiences and then had Breath of the Wild as something to experience, you're just doing it the other way around. So don't think of it as which one's better, but more as like an opportunity to experience a different Zelda, I guess. Ocarina is still one of your favorites. I never played it originally. I played the 3DS version, and I thoroughly enjoyed my time with it. I was paid off though. I was paid off by Nintendo because I got a little Ocarina with the game, and that added an enjoyment modifier of about 20% over the top. It added like a little enjoyment filter. So I wouldn't exactly take my opinion on it as gospel. My opinion is tarnished. We rage baiting Zelda fans again. No. Just giving honest opinions on it. I had my fun. I got it all out of my system last time. Ocarina of Time on the Nintendo 64 still holds in your top 3 games of all time. That's fair. No, I get that. I have a similar opinion of the original Kingdom Hearts because that occupied kind of that first adventure game in my experience. Like that was my first like big sit down, play a game console, play a video game. So similarly, like I will fully admit that I'm biased, but I mean everybody is. We all know about my honest opinion. No, I swear, hand on heart. What's happening? Oh, just chilling. Hey, doing, Squid? Did you win? To be fair, all the Zelda titles have their own merit. Yeah, like I would say, as much as I despise Skyward Sword, I really like the soundtrack. I really like the music in Skyward Sword. It's very good. Would I call it the best? Maybe not, but really good soundtrack. Hi, Amy. How you doing, bud? Welcome in. One of your first adventure games was Quest for Glory. Loved that game. Quest for Glory. Why does that ring a bell? No, I'm not familiar with it. Why does it ring a bell? Maybe I'm thinking of Quest for Camelot. Still think it holds up after all these years. Oh yeah. All of that era of games has just like a magical aspect to it. Like the what were they called? Not Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest is the JRPG. I can't think of the name. But yeah, that era of Sierra games, I think they're called. Heckin' cool. Love that movie. I will be the first to admit, Ghoulie, that it's a bad movie. Quest for Camelot is not a good movie, but I have such nostalgia for it because I used to watch it all the time. What I like about the Oracle games, I never played the Oracle games, Davey, so I'm legally checking out of those ones. Thinking, yes, King's Quest, yes. Do I remember the Michigan Doorbell Company? No, doesn't ring. How dare you? I'm reading these with good faith. I'm reading these in good faith, Noel. It was a mix of text, parser, graphic adventures, and RPG. Yep. You don't care, you love it? Ah, man, that's the thing, right? Been turned into a cow, can I go home? Yeah. Sure. That wasn't Quest for Camelot. That was Emperor's New Groove. Also a very good time. Oracle games have the best dungeons, you swear. Didn't you say that about Skyward Sword? Oracle I trusted you, Noel, and you betrayed me. Good catch. Of course. I'd recognize that dialogue from anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. You said Skyward Sword has the best water temple. Right. No, you are correct. Consider me corrected. I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd invade. Yep, perfect. I didn't realize how awful the singing was in Quest for Camelot until coming back to it like 2 decades later. Ugh, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's not good. It's a terrible time. I can't even recommend it to other people. I don't care though. It's I don't know. Are there things from your childhood where you think about it and you're like, this was bad. This was not good, but I love the fact that I have it as a memory all to myself. Gary Oldman for the win. Yeah. Yeah. He's in so much. You don't think about it, but you're like, wait a second. I recognize that voice. Did you know you'll be sampled this song? As this song? Lil B, or is Lil B an artist? Sorry, I'm not too knowledgeable. The dragon singing is great, but Eric, yep. Good Burger is this fear. Loved it as a kid. Terrible rewatch as an adult. 100%. You played Quest for Camelot on the Game Boy. What game are we talking about? Quest for Camelot was a movie, Pixie. Quest for Camelot was a movie. So I presume the Quest for Camelot game on the Game Boy was the movie tie-in. Good morning. You accidentally left your PC open while you slept. Don't know how many raids you've been through, but randomly here. Hi. Hi Tat, how you doing? Sorry, just double checked your name. Yes, I understand how it's supposed to be said. How you doing? Tat ass. How you doing? I hope you slept well. Lil B was a bit of a meme rapper back in the day. No, I'm not familiar at all. Makes sense. You missed out on something. No, you're fine. Yeah. Most of the stuff you liked as a kid, you still like. You do have your problematic faves though. Sure, but everything kind of ages out, right? there's a degree of understanding. You're like, I understand that it's not of the time, but I really like it because it's kind of it's part of what makes me me. Tatas, yeah. Shout at Bottle and ask if he has time, if he needs to chill. Let's go. Oh. Billy requesting conversation. I see. Oh, actually, speaking of, since I've got a couple of you here, just a heads up, I'll be giving you homework after the session on Sunday. I'll be giving everybody homework between sessions because we're going to have that larger break of 3 weeks. I'm going to request names and places from everybody. So start thinking. Yeah, I insist. Can confirm. Game Boy was based on the movie. You never knew. Ah, boom, boom. That's fantastic. Well, I mean, now you have to watch the terrible movie. Do they have to be real places? No. I'm being cheeky. I'm speaking to a couple of my D&D players. We've got a game on Sunday. And we've started with broad strokes with the characters in terms of like who they are, what they do, what they want out of life, you know, what motivates them, that sort of thing. But we're a few sessions in at this point. We're up to session 7 on Sunday. So we're going to start digging a little bit deeper, just a little bit deeper. Quest for Camelot for PC was also off. No. Ooh, the batting average isn't looking great. You figured? Yep. Your name origin is not boobies. Ah, good. It could have been boobies. It's fine. We're all adults here, more or less. How you doing though, Tat? How's your weekend been? No, sorry, it's Wednesday. I can't ask about the weekend anymore. That question has expired. How's your week been so far? I should probably talk through what I'm doing for those who have just recently joined us. Welcome in, first of all. Second of all, we're working on the intro to stream at the moment. I'm putting together an animation to kind of introduce everybody to the general broad stroke concepts of what the Tavern is and what we do here. So I've come up with a storyboard. I've got the skeleton of a script, and now that I've got the storyboard, I'm going through and I'm making some of the keyframes for it. Hi Vid, how you doing? Welcome in. Hi, thank you for raiding. How you doing? How'd you go? Wonder why there was no sequel to Quest for Camelot. Yeah, I know, head scratcher, right? At least it wasn't one of those movies from the 2010s that ended on a really painfully self-aware cliffhanger. I think there was a movie called 4. I think it was the number 4, or the character's name was 4 or something. I can't remember. And it ends on him going like, yeah, and I'll be waiting. And then it like cuts to black, like end of Transformers style. Horrendous. Then there was the Magician's Apprentice, the Sorcerer's Apprentice, I think, kind of alluded to sequel. So many sequel bait movies in the 2010s, so many. All good here? Yeah, good to hear. Am I all right today? Yeah, doing good today. Got through a few things that I wanted to do on my to-do list, so I'm happy. A few more things that I need to do, but we'll get in there slowly but surely. Chipping away at it. How was stream? Did you have a good time? The Game Boy Color was such a weird half measure. Despite only being around for 3 years, the Game Boy Advance was huge. Yeah. Yep. Do I mean no. It wasn't the animated little voodoo doll dudes. That was cool. I really enjoyed that movie. No, this was live action with one of the like eye candy handsome boy actors from the 2010s. I can't remember his name. There are lots of hands and feet practice. Not fun, but needed. Yeah. Yep. Eating your vegetables. Good. If you want to share anything, please drop it in the chat. I would love to see. But the usual as well, Vid. If you're tired after stream, if you've got to look after yourself, food, water, drink. Food, water, rest, sleep, whatever you need. Sort yourself out. Another bad movie that you love, Toy Soldiers. Is Toy Soldiers a bad movie? Forgot to check that you still capped your game at 60 FPS when editing the internal CFG files. So while your PC was struggling to encode, the game was running at 260 FPS. So it was interesting. Ooh, rough. Little plumes of smoke coming from your PC as you were processing it. You didn't care for Toy Soldiers? Yeah, it's fair. But generally speaking, I thought it was quite well loved. Was this about people who could use magic as much as they liked until they turned 18? Anything past that? Yes, I believe so. Yeah. That rings a bell. No, Toy Soldiers is not a bad. That's the general consensus that I've heard. But different people, different opinions, obviously. Just like it's a kids movie, a gritty kids movie. Yeah, I've never seen it, so I've got no horse in the race. What in the time travel is going on here? Didn't we already do this with Aris? We did. But I'm doing a higher res version, so I'm bumping it up a little bit. How you doing, Fuge? How'd you sleep? It's so gritty, but also ridiculous. Ah, I see. So like, we talking like Batman levels of like, in the shadows. You gonna go? Got some emergency at work again? Look after yourself, bud. Sorry to hear. Make sure that you pace yourself, okay? And if you need to take time off from work, please do so, yeah? Good luck, rest the theme. See you on another. Look after yourself, bud. I remember thinking that the movie was weird because of all the boys seemed to look the same. Oh? It was a hit for you, but you remember seeing it a few years ago and you were like, man, being a kid was awesome. You liked anything? Oh no. Slept okay? How did I sleep? I slept okay. Had trouble getting to sleep initially, but not complain too much. You'll try. Take care. Thank you, bud. You too. Would say more like Stranger Things level. Yeah, okay, fair. Ridiculous in a cheesy comical way. Yeah, okay. Kind of my speed. I'm interested. Ridiculous, you say? Okay. I'm keen. There's always new home sounds to get used to too. Less that and more my body feeling wide awake even though it's bedtime and I'm tired but like completely alert. Less of a new home problem, more of a Harley problem. Premise is still ridiculous and you love it. Here we found an ocean under the Earth's crust. No, the duskwood is underneath the Earth's crust. So this is underneath the Earth's crust. So the sinkholes that you see above, that's the daybreak. Daybreak drylands. Okay, I didn't need to check at that time. It's the daybreak drylands above, and it's the duskwood underneath. Mahali likes cheese. Yeah. Delicious. Better not have broken the earth into several large chunks threaded together by magic wave. Me? Guilty? Did I do that? did a test a little afterwards. Uncapped the game, took up 60% of your CPU. Ooh. Capped it was closer to 10. Ah, there we go. A lot better. Copilot search branding. Like dislike scientists have discovered a vast reservoir of water trapped nearly 400 miles beneath the Earth's surface, hidden within the mineral ringwood. Oh, like an actual. Oh, no, I did not know about that. Hadn't seen this final version of that. Turned out so good. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm really happy with it. As happy as I can be. I'm doing another version of it where all the lights of the tavern are turned off, so that I can go between the two. I can have it like lights off and then the lights like slowly fade in. But yeah, in terms of it being a final illustration still image, this is done. It's done. Signature at the bottom, dusted my hands, can't do anything, can't touch it. Inscrutable. Got about halfway through, so the next time will be a lot more stable and smooth for everyone. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, now you know, right? Now you know not to go uncapped. Bottle, if you missed it before, I was just letting Billy and Pixie know that you guys will have mandatory homework after next session. I want a couple of names of family members and or close friends, and I'll also want name of place that you came from. It'll be after session, so you'll have time. Just giving you the heads up if you wanted to start cooking. Your brother's name was Frick, and you're from the city of U. That's so rude. Of course. Because it was I accidentally overrode the FPS cap back to default to 3. Ah, right. So it wasn't fully uncapped, but it was still like way less capped than you needed it to be. Any other PC game developers in chat? Well, not me. I'll amplify your message though. Dis is asking if anybody does any PC coding in chat or PC developing. Starts looking into vampiric daddy names. Perfect. Yep. You don't know why, but you have a very strong reaction to wanting to not make Dusk's backstory locked in. You gotta, because otherwise, like, ramifications are going to feel floaty. Your character needs to be real. Half listening while snoozing. Yes, I've already been stewing on some ideas since I first mentioned it. Might even write a nice little page or two up for me tomorrow. Yeah, yes please. Anything you got, I'll happily digest. No pressure, like obviously prioritize whatever you got to prioritize. But if you write stuff up, I'll read it. Your father, Themis Bullsagan was the king of Batole. Oh, what's the meme? It's not Grundle. What's the name of there's a creator on YouTube called Zach the Brave, and he's got a comedy short where he's got one character essentially bearing their soul to another character as part of the party, around a campfire or something, and the other character that he's speaking to is a complete joke character that can only respond to Pokemon style with their own name. I can't remember it for the life of me. But anytime anybody comes up with any joking character, anything, it's immediately what I think of. You know that one? Yeah, I can't. The Mind Goblin. Is it? It's similar. It's a similar feeling. It's like Gumblin or something. It's not, but I can't think of it. Can't think of it. You know exactly the skit. It's so good. I'm not a tyrant when it comes to running my games. But if you make a joke character that is one note that you won't care about in a week, I will fire you out of a cannon into the sun in the most loving way that I possibly can. Garbunk. Yes, it's Garbunk. It is. Nailed it. Nailed it in one. Garbunk. You care about your joke characters more than people love their legitimate children. That's fine. If you communicate that to me, that's completely fine. It's more the characters where the punchline is their name, or the punchline is their catchphrase, or the punchline is what they're wearing, and then it just stops there. The buck stops with, his name is Trench and he's wearing a big coat. That's it. Nothing else. Doesn't have a unique voice, doesn't care about anything, doesn't have any motivations. He's an edgy guy that stands in shadows and wears a trench coat, and that's the epitome of it. At that point in time, launched. You with your bimbo genetically engineered dolphin with huge naturals named Dolph Lundgren. It's clear that you care. You've made so much art. You've made so much art around the character. There is no doubt in my mind that you have poured your heart and soul into such a concept. He was just for a one shot. Like there was no plan to play him anytime soon, and yet you drew him like 6 times. No, I get it. I think there's one exception to the rule. I've yet to make my Daggerheart character. I've yet to do a portrait of my Daggerheart character, but otherwise I've made a portrait of every character that I've played. I get it. Like, regardless of how much time I'm going to spend in their shoes, don't care. There is a portrait on the way for Acris. As soon as I'm stable here, as soon as I have no more chores, I'm locking in. You with Pickle? You loved Pickle? Pickle was a glorious little guy, little squish. You're so excited for Acris art? Yeah, me too. On the one hand, I'm sad about the fact that I haven't made anything for him. On the other hand, with how much the concept has kind of evolved over time, with how he operates and communicates and like different parts of his body move and function, I kind of like the fact that there's been a little bit of a delay. Hi, Noctua. Another one? Excuse me? Another one. Hell yeah. Making portraits is fun. I hope I'm going to stream it. I could. Yeah, I could. Now all your energy is going into your robot miniature boy. Minotaur boy. Yep. I mean, as it should. Stop. Stop. Thank you, Kessa. That's what I'm saying. We need balance. The double 20. Good lord. Still cursed. I mean, cursed to spend time in the pit is a bit of a oxymoron, isn't it? Because you're cursed to spend time in the pit. It's a good time. See? There we go. Swings and roundabouts. We have the natural 20s and now we have the natural 2s. Things are back in alignment. Don't curse me with a good time. Okay. We can have one more natural 20 now. The toll has been paid. Need new dice, clearly. RNG reset did not work. It taketh. Ooh. Looking at the quest. Okay. Jade, you walk over to where the quest has been posted. You pull the dagger from the wall and you look at the page. Scrimbles the rat is wanting a scary portrait of themselves. Choose at least one challenge. Style, manga/anime, technique, ant's eye view, or detail. Include 3 light sources. What do you reckon? Does this sound like a quest that you're willing to embark on? And if so, which of the challenges would you like to commit to? There we go. RNG is back in regularity. You just don't know how to roll. The six is a little bit more in equilibrium. Detail, please. Okay. As you say the word detail, the final challenge starts to glow. The quill darts to the bottom of the page, scrawls your name, and commits you to the contract. Good luck. I can't wait. We don't actually have a visual for Scrimbles the Rat yet, so you'll be the first to kind of make it official. For a little bit of context for you, Scrimbles is a rat person who comes up from the pit to have drinks in the tavern occasionally. So they're a regular patron. Guess he's gonna look scary. What can you do? These things happen. We love Scribbles. We love Scribbles. You love that quest? Ain't it great? So good. I think I need to make the water a little bit darker so that the core really jumps out a bit more. Doesn't need to necessarily be across the entire globe, just towards the middle there. And then subsequently, I think the land masses also need to be just a little bit darker to go along with it. How'd you sleep, not sure? I forgot to ask. Good morning. How'd you go with doing some sketching yesterday? Speaking of sketching, by the way, I should prep everyone. Tomorrow is going to be a BYO tomes. So if you've got any tomes that you need to study for art purposes, for whatever studying you got, remember to bring your tomes tomorrow, okay? We're going to be doing a bit of studying. You gonna take your nighttime tea into the pit and settle in for bed? Thanks for hanging out, Pixie. Enjoy your tea. Rest well. Have a good night. What am I studying? There's going to be a little bit of like putting out perspective lines and then drawing boxes on perspective. But then after that, we're going to shift to a photo reference study. Slept all right. Woke up. Alarms being tested all over the country. Oh, good morning. Dearie dear. I have no issue with waking up early. I have no issue with waking up early. If I have to, I'll go off of 2 hours of sleep. That's fine. If I expect to get 8 hours of sleep and I get 6 hours of sleep, I'm upset. I'm legitimately upset at that point. I'm cranky. I know what time I got to sleep. I know what time I had my alarm set to. I'm expecting to be incredibly well rested. Ugh. Upsetty spaghettis. Gonna continue on the same sketches today. Almost finished drawing Kamimi's disguise. Working on depicting a little scene from the tower. Yes. Is this image going to potentially tilt a paladin player that we might know of? Or perhaps give them flashbacks? Am I doing an early stream tomorrow? Really love to take part in the study. It'll start 2 hours before the stream today. So not as early as they used to be, but it'll be earlier than today. Bunny ears because it's 1 a.m. your time. Yeah, yep. The alarms go off at 12. So it's actually an hour after your own alarm that you snooze through. Well, there you go. Very doing you a service then. You know it? Dearie dear. I want to get back into the swing of regular studies because I've done the whole like getting out of flail and, you know, prostrating myself in front of the altar of art improvement. And that's fun. Don't get me wrong. I have a wonderful time when I'm going through like self-flagellation, but I tend to find that it leads to burnout pretty quickly. So I'm experimenting with tying it into stream in like a fun, easygoing way. That means that I'm still eating my vegetables, but not in such a strict way that I burn the fuse at both ends. And hey, if it turns out to be useful for everyone as well, I'm a happy camper.
But we don't need no education.
Sorry, I shouldn't use that voice for it.
We don't need no education.
Shouldn't have used that voice for it either. Dearie dear. Gotta head out now. Have a good rest of the stream. Thanks, Noel. Look after yourself, bud. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the pranks. I appreciate it. As much as I whinge. You gonna head off? All right. Look after yourself, Tis. Have a good day. Being at least in a snoozing state, it wasn't that scary. Wake up to the sirens. Quickly realize what was happening. I'm not sure how I'd feel actually waking up to sirens. It's a Pink Floyd song, is it? Oh, this isn't the "We Don't Need No Education." That's not the Pink Floyd song, is it? I don't recognize it as a Pink Floyd song. It is? Rick. Well, we build our trivia knowledge. Hi, Pretender. How you doing? One of their biggest hits. Yeah, I don't know though. I don't know why. I just never associated it with them. Never associated it with them. Friendly reminder from Harley to run ads and to take a small break. Yeah. How can you have any pudding if you don't eat your meat? If you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding. The thing is, I don't know. I feel as though a lot of hard-hitting cultural impact stuff washed over me, where I'm aware of it, but I don't really know where to place it. For the longest time, I just hadn't watched a bunch of culturally impactful movies. Like, I hadn't watched Gladiator, I hadn't watched The Matrix, I hadn't watched Terminator, I hadn't watched Robocop, I hadn't watched Aliens, I hadn't watched, you know, like everything. So there's a bunch of either cultural references or formative cultural flagstones that I haven't really pinned to anything. I feel like that song's one of them. Where I heard it constantly, but I never like listened to it. You're old. You've just had a bunch of times to digest worthless content. I have too, just different, just different content. Know this feeling. You had a friend make you a list of movies to watch that are like often referred to on the internet in memes. Yeah, I still have things that I need to go through and fill in. I really want to watch The Exorcist, for example. I want to watch The Exorcist. I want to watch The Crow. I still need to watch the original RoboCop. I've seen the remake, the 2016 remake, but I didn't watch the original yet. Just yeah, a bunch of movies. I haven't seen the Titanic. God, it just, the list continues. On the one hand, I don't necessarily believe that I have an obligation to watch them. But I don't know. It feels as though I don't get to partake in conversations sometimes because I just don't have the groundwork done, you know. RoboCop 1 through 3 is good. I've heard even the cheesier ones like 2 and 3, I hear are just like a good time as long as you understand that they're a little bit cheesier, you know. Big blockbuster for sci-fi fans that you haven't seen, The Fifth Element. Hey, there you go. Boom. That's probably the one example that we can find that I have watched. All right. I've procrastinated enough. I'm going to get up and take my break. I recommend that you do so as well. If you haven't moved around for the past hour, I recommend getting up, moving around. I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime so that we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the next hour. I'll see you soon. Yabby. Just a little bit early. 50 seconds is nothing. Hi, Kalina. Hi, sorry if you've been hit with ads. Are we in ads? Are we out of ads? What's happening? Hi, Ayame. Hi, welcome in. All the best. Have an excellent stream. Thank you. Yeah, let me jump over to here. Ads. Sorry, bud. Let me wait until you're out. Let me wait until you're out proper. Sorry, buddy. If you can hear me, I hope you had a good stream. They'll be done soon. Yeah. Since it means I'm back for a raid. I anticipated. How's my stream so far? Yeah, good. If that means that everybody's out of ads, here, let me jump over to this screen. Welcome in, Carolina. I hope you had a good stream. What'd you get up to? Let's see. Streaming art. Hell yeah. 1, I hope stream is good. 2, if you've got anything that you'd like to share, I would love to see either from this stream that you've just had or like a work in progress, something from your body of work that you'd like to show everyone. Would love to see. I have to be 100% honest. You heard nothing. All good. I realized that as soon as you said ads, I completely understand. But yeah, no, I hope you had a good time. Welcome in, everyone. If you haven't met me before, hi, I'm Mahali. I'm a fantasy illustrator, so I do portraits, character work, creature design, scenes, landscapes, the whole 9 yards. If you like fantasy, you might like it here. Welcome in. Stream things be streaming. And your music blast, then you just... Yeah, okay. Basically what I said was, if you've got anything that you'd like to... well, first of all, I hope you had a good stream. But second of all, if you've got anything that you'd like to share with everyone, would love to see any of your past work. I'd love to show everyone here. Yes, chef? Hell yeah. What is the little core called? I believe it's just referred to as the arcane core. It's the thing that kind of keeps everything knitted together. The weave, which is kind of like a magic thread that kind of knits all of the chunks together, that's generated by the core. Sorry, I'm speaking a little bit of mumbo jumbo at the moment. We're doing an intro to stream at the moment. We're working on an intro animation. So we started with a storyboard at the start of stream, and we're just building up all the visuals that we need. So we're working on the first couple of frames at the moment. We've got it's around here somewhere. We've got this visual for the outside of the tavern. We've got this visual for the door. Is it here? Yeah, we've got this visual for the door. So we're slowly piecing it together bit by bit. Yeah, links are okay in chat. Hell yeah. Animation, yeah. It'll be sort of traditional animation techniques with just like drawn frame by frame stuff. But there'll also be like smearing and like blurring and morphing and stuff. It'll be quite fun. Got an absolute banger, several even. Let's have a look. Oh, hell yeah. This is sick. Excuse me? This is so good. This is what you're working on today and yesterday and the day before and the day before that? Hell yeah. Ah, it's looking so good. Oh, and I can see how the water's going to come up and it's going to be the translucent droplets. Ah, it's going to look so good. I'm jealous of your hair. Your hair is immaculate. Oh, and the fabric as well. Ah, it's so good. It's so good. Is this based on a particular thing? Is this an original character? I like a lot. Ah, the lighting. The expression. Ah, it's beautiful across the board. No, love that. Love that. That's so good. That's so good. If you want, by the way, you can post it in the Discord as well if you want, Carolina, for people who maybe have missed stream and want to give it a look. She's a commission. Sick. That's awesome. You don't have to, by the way, just if you want to. That's awesome. That's sick. That's awesome. Good luck with the rest of it. You got this. Good luck. Pff, you don't need luck. Easy finish. If you've got to look after yourself after stream, by the way, if you're tired, if you're hungry, if you've got to grab food, drink, decompress, whatever it happens to be, I insist that you prioritize looking after yourself. If you want to hang out for a bit, happy to have you. Thank you for showing. Of course. It's a battle. It's going to cook you, or you're going to cook. You really did. Yeah, go. Go. Get out of here. Go. For people who are just joining us, as I kind of explained before, this is going to be an animated opening for the stream. Why are we doing an animated opening for the stream? I hear you asking, but please, no, it's okay. I've got you. The reason why we're making an animated opening is because there are some aspects to the tavern that aren't immediately apparent, that it would be good to have like a little opening synopsis for like why things are the way that they are. So the opener kind of helps with that. Hi Cranky, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. Because it's super cool. Yeah, because it's super cool. That's basically, yeah, exactly. Because it's super cool. You're not wrong. Another viable answer is because I can. Because nothing is stopping me. Tee-hee. I get to make cool things. Yeah, you're not wrong. But the function of it, the function of it is to kind of introduce people to different concepts of the world. So for example, it's difficult to communicate like, this is the world of Brink and it's broken apart and we live here, and it'd be really wordy for me to do that every single stream to kind of catch people up to speed. So having this as the opening kind of helps to bridge that, right? And then if anybody goes, Bahali, where are we? What are we doing? I'll have like a little YouTube video that I'd be able to like have a command in chat. Be like, if you want an intro to like where we are, what's going on, oh, there you go. Heard from a friend who isn't you that animators are the coolest type of artists. Yeah, I mean, as an unbiased participant in this conversation, I'm going to have to agree. Very much so. Exactly the case. It's because Mahali's a net. How dare. Most of the people that raided with you are from Chuck. Ah, hell yeah. Chuck, if you're snoozing in there somewhere, how you doing, bud? It's been a little while. I hope you're doing well. Just wanted to share love. Appreciate it. Appreciate it always. But yes, we've got like a rudimentary version of the dialogue written out as well. It gives us kind of something to frame this around, but I'm not entirely happy with the language, so I'll go through and clean that up afterwards. But we know generally what the dialogue is going to be, so therefore we know what frames we need. So I'm going through, I've identified keyframes, so keyframe, transition effect, keyframe, and I'm going through and making sure that I have all of the keyframes made. And then doing the in-between frames is fine. It's relatively easy in comparison. It'll be far more important to have those keyframes done first. And yeah, as I showed before, I've got about half of them done already. So we're halfway there. Whoa, living on a prayer. What software do I use? This is Clip Studio Paint. It's my illustration software, but it also has animation capability as well. It's my workhorse, so it's going to be the majority of what I use. But I also anticipate using DaVinci Resolve, which is a video editing software. So that's going to be for a lot of the timeline stuff, as well as some of the filter effects that I might use, some of the visual blur, that sort of thing. But then I also anticipate using a little bit of OBS itself, because OBS actually has some really robust filter and animation effects in it. So using a lot of help from Billy, N64 Billy, you've seen in chat, he's going to help out a ton, because he always does. He's an absolute gem. He's going to help out with the OBS effects as well. You love CSP? It's good. It's good. I started with Photoshop. As you can imagine, kind of fell out of love with it, and moved to CSP, and I have zero complaints ever since the move. As you should be. Hi, I'm a menace. You're on CSP, but you had to stop using Windows, so now you're using Grease Pencil and Critter. Grease Pencil in Blender? Because I've heard of Grease Pencil being used as a Blender tool. I'm not familiar with it being its own piece of software. Why can't we have Linux CSP? It's tough. It's tough. I've heard that Critter's good. The Blender 2D animation is really good, actually. Yes, I've seen some animated works done. If you've got any work that you'd like to show off, we have a wonderful community. Not to brag, but to brag a little bit. We have a wonderful community in the Discord that, one, is hella supportive, but two, is very good at the art and stuff. So if you want to share your work there, I'm sure they would be incredibly receptive towards it. Some people have some luck running CSP on Linux though, through Wine. Is that like an emulator? Is it what is it? But you're a tech dingus? Yeah, me too. Me too. I said this last stream, but Billy can quote me on multiple occasions yelling out into the cosmos, "I hate technology." If you ever appreciate any of the technical functionality here in the Tavern, thank Billy. Like, honestly, thank Billy, because without him, none of this would work. Literally, none of this would work. He's a wizard. I have to. I have to adhere to ball lighting, so this landmass kind of needs to go night-night. This little corner up here needs to go night-night as well. You'll look into it. If you get CSP working on your Linux drive, see if you can make a simple tutorial for everyone. That would be sick. That'd be super cool. You're still using a version 1.x of CSP2? I think that's part of the issue. Right, okay. So because it's, what edition are we up to now? Is it like 4th or 5th edition? Yeah. That might be why. Fourth, you think? But you love a buy once software, makes you so happy. Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. That's what convinced me to invest in the first place, was the promise of giving me function and then not nickel and diming me for features that I'm never going to use. Like I've read the fine print for the version of Clip Studio that I'm receiving now. I'm happy with everything that I'm receiving. I'm happy to pay what I am for those features, and then I'm not worried that something's going to come up in the future where they're like, well, we've added rulers, so we're going to increase the monthly price by $2. It's like, excuse me? I'm good, actually. I don't want that feature. Having Crimson Mantle with 7 HP is scary. Remind me of what Crimson Mantle does. I haven't played much of Ironclad in the new one. Grabbed the yearly sub for CSP late last year to see how it ran on your tablet. Since it runs great, you'll grab non-sub license at tax time for both your tablet and your PC. Honestly, like it's less resource greedy than Photoshop. I found like running Photoshop and OBS back in the day used to have my CPU kind of yelling at me, even though I've got a beefy CPU, but both my OBS and Photoshop were fighting for it. Whereas that's just not an issue now. It's not an issue at all. Okay, I'm generally happy with that lighting. Kind of. I think the cap at the bottom still needs to go a little bit darker because a lot of the direct lighting is on that right side of the ball. Lose HP every 8 block. Power each turn. Wait, lose HP, gain 8 block. Power each turn. Also dropping even with like 38 block in a turn. Right. I mean, 1 HP isn't too bad. what I try to do whenever I'm taking a card that saps my HP on Ironclad is I try to counterweight if I have the option, if it gives it to me as an option. I try to find either a relic or a card that heals me back up a little bit. That way I can moderate my own health without depending on campsites. But you might just not have been offered it as an option. Just a slow trickle, yeah. Former graphic designer from the good old newspaper era. The current state of how Adobe products run saddens you. Yeah, that's the thing. Is I understand that they felt that they needed to adapt with the times. But what they went with just was not it. And it's predatory. I cancelled my subscription with them and I was charged through the nose to do so. Because I missed the auto annual payment. They charged me for like an extra year. It was awful. But I had enough at that point. I could not keep paying for Adobe in incremental amounts. It just was not an option for me moving forward. So I had to just eat that cost. The idea of a cancellation fee is wild. I understand why they do it, because they warn you up front. They're like, just so you know, we're going to give you a good quote unquote, we're going to give you a good price, but the downside is that there's going to be a cancellation fee. But that gets complicated because it auto refreshes, so you don't get a sense of when you can drop, like you can jump off the horse, you know? Yeah. Money nom 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 nom. Their predatory tactics might even be illegal. I mean, people have been pursuing them for a couple of years now, right? Specifically over how difficult it is to cancel your the service, your subscription. But it makes me so happy when I find things like a CSP where they're just like, we have a product here, have it, pay us like a big chunk of money, but then it's yours. It belongs to you. You can do with it whatever you want. There's no expiry date for it. There's no additional fees. There's nothing. Wonderful. Wunderbar. It used to be how Adobe ran, but I mean, even back in the day, because they were the monopoly, they could charge $1,000 plus for each of their programs, like psychos. Pirating Adobe is always morally correct. They're pirating us, so they're fair game. Yeah. I'm a strong believer in supporting the developers. Adobe's a little bit of an exception though, because of how gross they are. But in most other cases, like, don't pirate games, that sort of thing. Pretty happy with that. The next things to add to it will be separate. So this is the starting blank image. Then we're gonna have things in the background. Let's do the background things. Is the planet going to hatch into a beautiful butterfly for everyone to live on? That sounds like the story that the cult that's breaking open the planet would tell everyone. Like, so it's fine. Let us crack open this planet. We're turning it into a butterfly, and then everyone's going to live on the butterfly. And isn't that going to be amazing? Isn't that going to be fully sick? What do you mean people are dying from the energy that's being released from the core? But to honestly answer your question, it sits in this in-between state, and has done for a very, very long time. That's why it's called Brink, because it's been sitting on the brink of catastrophe for the past 1,000 years. You finished Disguise? Hell yeah. You've sent it to me. I need to self-control. Self-control. I'll give it a look. I promise. In the break, I'll give it a look and I'll let you know. In the immortal words of Tim Curry, space. I need to look up pictures of space. Okay. We don't really have nebula things going on. I could decide to have nebula things going on, but let's just start with... Let's start with just boring run-of-the-mill space, and we'll see where we go from there. So what tends to happen is, because of how reflective planet X is, it tends to block out, it light pollutes essentially. It overwhelms. This thing that's directly in front of us is so bright. It's like trying to see like a little fairy light next to a floodlight. You're not going to be able to see it because you're getting drowned out by the thing in front of you. Same thing tends to happen with planets. So we're going to have these stars on the outside of this hue, and then within the hue, we're going to have like, we're going to need to add atmosphere and stuff. We'll get to that. You just experienced a funny cosmic coincidence. Oh, did you also say space? Known as the Tim Curry effect, a phenomenon was observed on the 6th of May 2026, where multiple individuals around the world all delivered the line "space" in the same way that the famous actor Tim Curry did, as part of that one video game that I can't remember the name of. Scientists have yet to deduce the exact mechanics behind the coincidence. Right while you were doing the Tim Curry quote, a scene from Regular Show where the character Tim Curry plays was playing on the TV. What are the chances? Like a sort of, yeah. Summoned. What can I say? I Tim Curry favour with everybody that I speak of. Smashing. Nigel was Tim Curry, yeah. Now do my best Nigel Thornberry. Look over there. You can see some dugongs. Oh, a gorilla. How did you not know that? Yeah, I know, right? I said the lines. I did. Like the wild for the hornberries. It's so good. So good. Yeah, to the pit with you, Kay. But not knowing of the forbidden knowledge, counter to popular belief, you're punished for not knowing the forbidden knowledge. You're a little turned on. Oh, I mean, Tim Curry has that effect on people. What can I say? Even my poor replication, my poor impression has 1 iota. Even that fraction does the job. Is there something making Frozen River more likely to play? Heckin' weird. For the last 3 streams, it's played like multiple times, even though there are hundreds of songs in my playlist. Spotify probably has some feature where it's like, oh, we have noted that you really enjoy this song, so we're pushing it more often, blah, 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 blah. Nothing beats Tim Curry and fishnets. Yeah. Yep. Agreed. It has. Year of Cartoons has been having another moment. Has it? Flapjack reboot went. Yeah, Flapjack reboot. Chowder. I need more Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, to be entirely honest with you. Perhaps that's before some people's time. Perhaps it's after people's time. But oh, what a good show. We'll call this layer space. We'll call this layer above it what hue? Glow? Glow. Two classrooms of people here? 2 classrooms? As in from 2 different year groups? What are we talking? Regular show revived your love for cartoons at a time you were very low? Similar effect with, this is going to sound weird, but the revival for DuckTales. Phenomenal show. Absolutely sort of reinvigorated my creativity. Almost 60 people. Yeah, getting there. We've been raided a lot. We've been raided a lot today. I dare not claim responsibility for such a thing. Grew up on Nickelodeon shows, so a lot of your Cartoon Network faces were around in your teen years. So Adventure Time, regular show. Yeah, yep. Regular shows, all hand drawn. I think digitally put together. Yep. I feel like I have more of an appreciation for some of the older shows now that were maybe they were celebrated at the time. Maybe that was the case. Maybe I'm just, late to the party. But Ren and Stimpy are real monsters. Courage the Cowardly Dog are all masterpieces in my book. Angry Beavers, yeah. Yep. I Am Weasel, even. Courage. Yeah. Yep. Ren and Stimpy, have I met Scoundrel? Ask him about it sometime. I have seen Scoundrel around. I don't think we've chatted. But yeah, no, if I get the opportunity to. Scoundrel. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I'll keep my eyes peeled. See a Courage X Scooby-Doo crossover movie from a few years back. It was quite good. No, I'm not familiar. That's the thing, is I feel like I haven't done it viewing justice, where I've missed out on really good like cartoon viewing by not giving them the attention that they deserve. Scoundrel is a good lad. Oh, I'm sure. I just haven't gotten to meet him, I think, like properly. We've chatted in the same chats, but I don't think we've actually spoken. All of Gendy Tartovsky's shows were gold. Here's the thing is, because it was very much so a case of like, these shows are weird. Like there's a morbid fascination with them, but there's not an appreciation for them, you know? Like the gross out factors of Ren and Stimpy, I think are hecking cool nowadays. Like the ultra detailed close-ups and stuff, really sick, but I just didn't have that appreciation for them at the time, so they were watched occasionally, but there wasn't that, I don't know, poring over the frames and seeing what they do and like getting a kick out of the like creative decisions that they make and stuff. Whereas nowadays I would sit down and binge a bit, I think. You'll fight me? Pants down, fists up. Well, of course, fisticuff rules. One must toddle around with pants around ankles. So, sort of making little like complaint noises the entire time. No, a little bit uncomfortable. But like all those shows with the standard way to draw in your mind. Fair. There were a few of them. Like I went through and listed off a few. You know what I did have appreciation for both at the time and now? Ed, and Eddie. That had absurdity to it in a wonderful way. Incredibly expressive characters. Oh, such a good show. Draws to the wall. Weren't there game shows back in the day like that, where there was like a rubber cord or something anchoring somebody to the wall, and they'd need to run forward and grab a ball in the middle and get rocketed back? Sounds like some sort of Nickelodeon temple something game show. Probably something along those lines. Secrets of the Hidden Temple. The silver monkey wants you to grab a dodgeball from using rubber suspenders. Sounds very 2000s Japanese. Yeah. Oh, God. Is it, what's the name of, Takeshi's Castle, was it? So good. SpongeBob was the mind blower for you art-wise as a child. Yeah, they do some really creative things. They did some really creative things in SpongeBob. I'm not sure about now. I can't speak to it now. Temples of the Hidden Monkey. I do like the idea of somebody coming up with something nowadays that's straight up just a rip-off of Secrets of the Hidden Temple. That'd be very fun. Ureka's castle? Was it? Didn't know if that was the show I was trying to think of. Takeshi's Castle, I think, was a Japanese game show from back in the day, I believe. But then again, they did a spoof version of it on MTV, so perhaps I'm crossing some wires there. I could be getting it wrong. When did I jump layer? That's concerning. That's very concerning. When did that happen? I'm glad that I picked up on it pretty quick. Need a layer. Yeah, I need... you know the game of Operation, where you've got the tweezers and the little plastic bones and dog toy or whatever that in this poor person on the operating table, and it makes like a buzz noise whenever you hit the sides. I need that for crossing layers. I need it to make a little buzz noise whenever I change from layer to layer, which would become incredibly annoying if I'm intentionally actively changing between layers, but I think it'd be worth it. Frankie, did I thank you for following? I'm so sorry if I didn't. If not, thank you for following. Welcome to the tavern. It just dawned on me. I might have been prattling about something. I might have been yapping. Because we've got our shine spot very prominently located on that right side, what we're going to do is we're going to add more of a glow right there. Me? Yep, never out. Yeah, no, that's fair. I was going to feign being outraged, but no, it's incredibly, yeah. Constant. I'm a human chatterbox. You know those little paper origami you divide up into 4 sections and you go, what's your favorite color? Yellow? Okay, YELLOW. What is your pet's name? Gary, GAREAYGQ. It's a strange spelling. And then you open up the little flap and it says you stink or whatever on the inside. Literally me. In another life, I would have pursued origami more. My interest stopped at like the paper crane and like throwing stars and stuff. But I mean, seeing some of the concoctions that people come up with, it's inspiring. Absolutely inspiring. I've made a dragon out of paper. It took 3,572 folds. It's like, excuse me, pardon? How do you have paper left? How am I looking at paper now? Your return from Lurks with Yogo and mini M&Ms. Yum. Okay, I feel like we've got all of the ambient stuff down. The final layer to take into account will be... What layer is this? Is this just a blank layer? I guess. In which case, we will repurpose it. We'll call this clouds. And then I've got no idea. I've got no idea how I'm going to do this, but I'll describe what I want, and then I'll see what you think. I want sort of wispy cloud shapes wrapping around the planet. I'm not sure. Here's the thing. For me, it makes sense to have them go over the gaps, but I feel like it might make things visually confusing. I did those in a file once before. Yeah, that might have been like the flat map or something, but never on the actual globe. Might have been maybe the draft for the globe. You know what? Weather forecast clouds. Let's have a look. What do we got? Images. Give me the goods. Ah, it's so bright. No. Why are you showing a bunch of like clip art? Not what I've asked for at all. Map. There we are. Check if it has a layer. No. There's no layer for it. The roll of 6 for spin class was accurate. If anything, it was an @1. You hated it. Oh, sorry, bud. I don't make the rules. You survived, though. Good job.
You survived to tell another tale. Yar.
Okay, we've got some lovely cloud formations in this here image. Let's grab a PureRef file. If you're not familiar with PureRef, by the way, highly recommend it. It's just a reference file. It's a reference file that sits above whatever you're working on. So if I'm working away at this thing here, it sits on top, regardless of what I'm clicking on. It's fantastic. If they're real transparent, it won't block. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's a good point. Hence why I've got it on a different layer, right? So that I can mess with the transparency and stuff. You nearly started arguing with the instructor. You survived to cancel your next class? Because hell no. The artist's minimap. Yes, the artist's minimap is probably the most accurate way of describing it. Break down for me what spin class is supposed to be, regardless of what it turned out to be. Spin as in like dance spin, spin as in pottery spin, spin as in, what are we talking? Spin as in like making textile spin. Spin cycle like the bikes. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I understand. Yeah, no, I've never heard of it described that way. But that's a me thing. It's a me just not having the knowledge thing. Is that where the instructors scream at you while you bike? It sounds like that's what took place. Where they yell at you to turn the intensity up, and apparently they expect everyone to stand up while riding. Can't even ride a bike, to be honest. Ugh. That's weird. What? That they have the same expectation for every student, regardless of where they're at? That sounds like a recipe for disaster. Didn't even talk to you when you first went to check if you were new and you're new to bikes as a whole. Ooh, that's rough, bud. That's rough. I guess their mentality is like, well, if you've signed up for a class, then you must have some experience. Hey, that's dumb. Like, if you're signing up for a class, you want to learn something. No, I've always had an issue with that method of instructing or motivating or whatever you want to call it, where you burn away 40% in order to reinforce the 60%. I think that's horrendous. And unfortunately, from what I've heard, it's quite a prevalent method of instructing, regardless of what the topic is. The gym is also a charitable social enterprise, so there are a lot of fellow disabled people there with you. It's weird that they would act like we're all hyper athletes with no conditions. That's heckin' weird. What? Did anyone tell the instructor? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know. You'll be sticking to your usual workouts from now on with no instructor. Yeah. Yeah. I do want to stress this though. Good job for trying it. Even though it didn't turn out well, like even though it didn't turn out it didn't go well. It doesn't matter. Obviously, I'm terrible with my words. Even though it didn't pan out, the fact that you tried is something that should be celebrated. So I hope that doesn't discourage you from trying new things moving forward. You trying something for the first time was not the thing that went wrong. You still might go to the next one, but it's in a different place. Wasn't included in the gym membership, and your friend is going to, so you will go and just tell the instructor you're not listening to the instructions, you're just going to cycle. Hell yeah. Stop listening to Mr. Dude Bro in there for about 5 minutes. After about 5 minutes, hell yeah. Yeah, okay. They're probably fine with that, actually, if you just inform them, not to say that this is what you should have done and like, oh, I can't believe you didn't do this, but they'd probably be fine with that, where you just tell them like, hey, I'm basically here for the company, to be entirely honest. So I'm not going to be keeping up with your instruction. I'll try my best, but like if I fall behind a little bit, that's fine. Like I don't want you to try and speed me up to catch up with everyone. If you weren't right on time today, you would have let them know about your condition because it's one of those annoyingly invisible ones. Yeah. Yep. What? You don't have mechanical spider legs? Well, probably completely fine, but what does this cloud want to do? I want curly clouds, so I'm going to try and force it to do curls. Let's have a curl coming off of the right side. You know that I said cloud, but you heard, what does this clown want to do? Yeah, I was talking about the instructor. What's your problem, Mr. Clown? What do I want to do? Nobody's ever asked me that question before. What do I want to do? Well, I want to sing. Oh. Fully zoning out to Twilight Princess style now. So keen to replay that game soon on PC. I don't know. I've had my fill of going back to games, I think, for a little while. I went back to Kingdom Hearts 1 and 100%ed it. And that was super satisfying. I won't lie. Incredibly satisfying to do. I had a really good time. But now my stomach is kind of full and I'm going, let's complete new games, I think, for a little while. New to me games, I should clarify. In terms of what I want to do, actually for real though, Noctua, I want to get good at art. I want to get good at art so bad I want to cry. But there's no point in crying about it. So I'm seeing what I can do to put systems in place to help me grow over time without having to tear myself asunder in the process. For a painfully honest answer to that question. Why not play some Zelda? Oracle series, specifically those two back to back, then make a tier list. It's true, it would allow me to make a more accurate tier list as compared to the previous one. Good point. I'm genuinely curious. Wait, 2 seconds. Don't mind me. Play Zelda Oracles. Funny thing is, Davey, both Oracle of Ages and Oracle of Seasons are available on the Nintendo Switch Online Game Boy app. So, as somebody who is subscribed to that service,
I have no excuses.
Absolutely none. Lurk, enjoy your lurk, bud. Got back to playing Hades. Finished the story fully. Hey, nice. Congrats. That's awesome. Get in line for that one. Yeah, right. Literally. See what you're saying? Yeah, but I mean... and I am going away for a wedding in 10-ish days. So I'll have some time to play terrible games. Hi, Angel. How you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're doing well, bud. Friendly reminder from Harley to run ads and take a short break. What if I didn't? What if I just let pre-rolls ravage the tavern? And then what if I just let my neck seize up and just not stretch ever? Whiskey sour, delish. What is a whiskey sour, actually? Whiskey, obviously, but what's the other ingredient? Surely it's not whiskey with lemon. I wouldn't be upset by the combination. I'd be upset about the fact that they've named it something, I think. I've come up with a special secret concoction. First, you take whiskey. Yes, yes, yes. What else? What else? Lemon. Okay, yeah. Next. That's it. Okay. That's my secret drink. Gary was never allowed to pour drinks ever again after that. Not to mention sour bitters. Yeah, okay. It's a little bit more going on, sure. Old fashions are pretty good too. Yeah, fair. I don't drink personally, so whenever anybody describes cocktails to me, or even just drink like relatively simple drink mixes, it sounds like concoctions. It sounds like potions. I mean, it's kind of like potion brewing, kind of, right? You're performing chemistry. All right, I should take my break. It's been an hour. I'm going to get up. I'm going to move around a little bit just so that I don't seize up and become stone. Yeah, so I don't become a stone statue. I recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour... Yeah, drink instead of talking. Good. I recommend that if you've been sat for the past hour, get up, move around, grab a drink. I'll see you soon, okay? I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads in the meantime so that we don't have to deal with pre-rolls for the next hour. See you soon. Yabby. So rude. It's so rude. It's so rude. It's so rude. Me. I'm rude. I'm rude for doing it to myself. Yeah, no, I didn't figure it out. Noctua, in the politest way, dropped me the little hint. Embarrassed, absolutely embarrassed. I embarrassed myself in front of all of my friends. C'est la vie. What was I yapping about? Well, I was asking if everybody got up and did stretches, grabbed water, took a break. You know, the usual. I've just realized that there should be a glow on the inside here. Maybe, potentially, maybe I'm overthinking it. I think I'm overthinking it a bit. If anything, there should be more of a glow from the core. You did a bit of a stretch and got yourself a light snack? Yeah, good. For the longest time, I refused to acknowledge that taking breaks and looking after yourself was a thing that existed. I unironically, for real, this is true, I promise you, when I first implemented actually getting up and walking around and grabbing a drink and stuff and using the bathroom, that sort of thing, when I first implemented that, I out loud to myself went, no, it is actually better. I actually feel better after doing that. Ugh. Stupid. I'm just stupid. I don't know why. The thought of like looking after yourself, who needs to do that? It's for nerds. Nerds and silly people. But then I remembered that I'm a nerd, so should have been stretching this whole time. Yeah, exactly. Correct. I'm a nerd and a silly person. It's doubly effective for me. That's feeling a little bit better. Oh, no, you are correct. You are correct. You are correct. Ooh. The cult imposter vibe? Hell yeah. No, very filled with authority, I think is the word that I would use. Very authoritarian, I like. Kamimi looks incredibly capable of disciplinary action. Or something. Something delivered with a stern brow. Harumph. Very different from the normal vibe. Yep. Yep. Normal vibe, small guy. Small guy doing small guy things. Okay, so the plan here is to add a little bit more lighting variety in the clouds so that it feels like they adhere to the lighting of the planet. Then I'm going to go through with an opacity brush, like an opacity eraser, and partially erase a bunch of them to make them feel a little bit more translucent. Yeah, and then we're good. Lock it in. Then we need to do a whole version of Brink. But that shouldn't take too long. It don't take too long. Small bean. Just want to be left alone in the background. Yep. Yep. Until forced to be hero. Those are some of my favorite characters in anything ever, is the background character who picks and chooses their timings. So they are simply support, but then in a moment of either dire need or awkward silence or something, they come out with an absolute just ringer, and it throws me every time. Either a funny comment or they rise to the occasion, whatever it happens to be. It's always fantastic. Until realizing they're the best match for the... Yep, exactly. Ugh, having to do bard things. It's so difficult. As I'm working on this, is anyone working on something on the side? Do I have creative company? I mean, I always have creative company, you know what I mean. why am I a performer and also the only one with the magical abilities that completes the... yeah, exactly, yeah. I, the person with the highest charisma score in the group, has to be charismatic. Oh me, oh my. Oh, I do declare. Quite the pickle I find myself in. Are there more small clouds spelled S-M-O-L that I can add? We do have a paladin who was your first pick until he realized that if everyone of the rank you were going to disguise him as need to have glowing eyes, couldn't just use illusions for it because their eyes glow because they can see through illusions. Oh no. It would feel offensive at that point, I think. Like, really? Really? You're wearing an illusion of us, like, you're putting on a disguise of somebody who can look through disguises. No self-awareness, none. Had to be the gnome that has an actual ability that is a byproduct gives them glowing eyes. Yep. Was it the same color and everything? Hi Jimmy, how you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the tavern. I feel like these clouds need to be a little bit darker. And then I can start going in with the eraser. The uppers mostly have this amber glow, while Kamimi's is blue, but amber is not the only one. Yeah, okay. So it's like a Jedi situation where you walk in with like an orange colored lightsaber and they're like, it's rare, but it happens. It's a little iffy for sure. Nobody clocked you on it. Yeah, okay, fine. I'm happy with that. Then we grab the eraser. We add a soft edge to it. We drop the density down to like 30. This means that, no, it does fully erase. That's annoying. Is opacity its own slider? Stroke, gap, texture. I feel like we've been through this before. Certainly none of the grunts wanted the question. Fair. A short, sharp kick to the schnoz. Opacity. Ha ha. Why is it in ink? Excuse me? Whatever. I'm not upset. Oh, it's over on the right side of the screen. Of course I'm not looking over there. I've got tunnel vision, okay? Not your laptop going to sleep because your iPad cover got a little close to it. Oh, no. I think maybe we can reach that. With enough gumption, I feel like anything's possible, yeah. Hi, squared. Clouds, yeah. Okay, one pass over those. Pass over these. Pass over this one on the edge. Then I want to make these ones in particular quite see-through. Same with that one. I can probably do a pass over this one. There we are. I'm just going over it with a transparent eraser just to kind of push some of the clouds a little bit further back. And then you can see through them at the continents and stuff underneath. Let's do a single pass over this whole formation there. If I'm going to do that, maybe one over this one as well. You've been popping in and out a lot. No, you're fine, you're fine. Playing a lot of games with it, you're fine, you're fine. I mean, I can't believe it. I was so, I'm angry. The eyes of an absolute fiend. I want to have that swirl directly over the other one. Maybe something like this. Kind of needs to curve with the planet a little bit. Mrrr. Something like that feels about right. And then maybe one more here. Does this do the job? Find, sure. Yeah, easy. Lock it in. Cool. We have Brink with cloud formation. We are going to zoom in on this little spot there. I'm happy with the higher clarity of it now. Now we just need a whole version of Brink. We need to bring the egg back together. So what I'm going to do for that is I'm going to grab delete that layer. I'm going to grab this layer, duplicate it, jack it on top. Now, how's this going to work? How's this going to work? Determination. Yeah, Spotify definitely has a new feature that loops my songs, even though I've put them into a playlist so that they don't loop. Come on, stop adding features that I don't want. If I wanted them, I would activate them. I have activated no such thing. It does all fit together? More or less. Like, there's a degree of, like, some chunks would have gone flying out into the cosmos. But a lot of them do. Reassembling the egg. Very rude. Incredibly rude. Hey, bud. Let's hide all of those bottom layers. Cool. And then we stitch together. It looks so cool. Yeah. And in theory, I should be able to just quickly boop, 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 patch it up. Egg. Yeah, exactly. Egg. You need to point. Tell me you're pointing at the screen when you say egg. Before I fully seal it. Oh. Do you want me to nominate where the separations are so that we could have like light split through first and then it goes? Have a version where the purple light is supposed to. Yeah. Same wavelength. We share a brain. We share a brain sometimes. As long as it's got nothing to do with technology, we share a brain. Saved a version of them all split to be individually saved. No, but I can just do that. I've got this version, so I can just grab the different chunks and turn them into different chunks. Yeah. Because even if we're not doing the actual like split, there might be like a like an action wobble of like one frame light, then it shows them split, but it's showing them drifting apart like slightly. Yeah. Yes. What happened to this continent? Oh my god. A whole chunk of brink off to Neverland. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Think of your happiest thought. Any happy little thought. No, you're fine, you're fine. It melted. Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. A little seam down here. You like how a continent is split in half? One side got to flourish and the other didn't? Yep. Yep. That's always been the intention for those two halves, is maybe not that one flourished and the other didn't, but they're like Elseworld versions of each other is the intention. So you have like different creature. So you might have like an antelope in one that is like covered in flowers and has like a really healthy musculature system and like has a big crest made of antler and stuff, whereas you'd have an alternate version on the other half of the continent that its antler system is made out of bone instead of horn, and it looks malnourished, and its skull has almost been like vacuum sealed, so it like more of the skeletal elements sort of are on full display. Majority symmetrical. Yeah. It's the two Pokemon games, Red and Blue, Silver and Gold. Yes, exactly. Yep. Like East Side and West Side Shellos. But sad, exactly. Yeah, correct. Thought of Shellos right away. Can't stand its design, so chose not to. Really? You don't like Shellos? You're bored and your brain instantly just went, Brink character. You're gonna slap ideas on a page. Fair. If you're super bored, Squid, and you're looking for direction, we've got a couple of mechanics in place for that, if you'd like. You think they're very fun? Love the blue one. I like both. I like both very much so. Mechanics? Yeah. So, like, for example, you could keep your eyes peeled for, like, a quest that's, like, might flutter in through the window. Or, we've got the monthly art fair. Both options. You don't have to do it. You don't. I'm simply being cheeky. Don't mind me. No, you're fine. You're fine. I loved the matter-of-fact delivery of, oh, it melted. What happened to that part of your house? It melted. It melted. It's gone. It melted. It's soup now. You just remembered you could edit? Might save that for next week. Yeah, fair. Let me know if you'd like reminders. But otherwise, I won't say anything, don't worry. You're all good. When accepting an art quest, is there a timeline on when it must be due? Nope. Entirely self-supervised in the sense that you could set it for 6 months if you wanted to put it off for a bit, or 2 years, heck. Billy took, not to throw Billy under the bus, but it's fun. Billy took, I want to say 3 months to get his done, so you're fine. But the opposite is true as well. If you wanted to spend 5 minutes on yours, that's completely fine. Did I summon that art quest on purpose, or was that insane timing? Who's to say? It could have been fate. It could have been fate. Who's to say that it wasn't? Have we established that technology is like in Brink? Or has that not been developed yet, the idea? It's been vaguely discussed in the sense that maybe there are a couple of areas on Brink where they've designed a blunderbuss and it doesn't work very well and it falls apart after one use type thing. It's not like it wouldn't be a steampunk world. Okay. Kals, you walk over to where the quest has been posted. You pull it from its dagger and you read. The crooked merchant is wanting a scary portrait of themselves. Hell yeah. Second portrait in 1 day. Hell yeah. Okay. Choose at least one challenge. Style, cute. A cute, scary. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Why not? The client is always right. Style, cute. Technique, line work only, or detail, add something to it from the tavern. If this sounds appealing, go ahead with it. And if so, which of the 3 challenges would you like to undertake? If this does not sound appealing, if you'd like to move it on to somebody else or look for another quest at another time, you absolutely can. Your points will be fully reimbursed. I promise. It's automatic. I don't even have to think about it. It just happens. Pick the style. That was what I thought. A cute, scary. I'm imagining like a gothic style painting that's been done up with makeup, like big rosy cheeks with red lips and like a little bow over the head as well. Make up your mind quest. I know. Quest Thursday, 30th of October 2025. Jam the Bard. A craft that can sail on threads. No solid color, only lines. Whoa, October. Yeah, okay. So Billy has himself beat. Lolita outfit from the for the crooked merchant. You're so keen. Hell yes. Okay. Which of the 3 challenges would you like to commit to? You can commit to multiple if you want to, but don't bite off more than you can chew. Style, technique, or detail? Is there a specific entity that is the crooked merchant? Nothing specific yet. They've been brought up sort of in jest a couple of times. But there's somebody who just kind of like offers dodgy potions and trinkets and stuff and visits both the tavern and the pit. That's kind of all we have in the book so far. But yes, once you're ready, style, hell yeah. Okay, you say the word style, the word illuminates, the quill springs to life, scrawls your name upon the parchment, and commits you to the quest. Good luck. Good luck. I can't wait. I can't wait. It's going to be so good. The scary, cute portrait of the crooked merchant. Glorious. Absolutely glorious. Yep. Keen. Heckin' keen to see how that one turns out. Ooh. The The crooked merchant has essentially asked for a hot dog with the works. I want a scary portrait, a cute portrait, an expressive portrait, a serious portrait. It's like, okay, will all these flavors work together? Well, only one way to find out. Further to what you were saying before, there's purple cracks. Make them in inline Aurora Borealis if you get the visual. Light spilling it. Oh, sure. In terms of like... this kind of light spill. Yeah. Yep. Different layers so that we can push it. Yeah, and also we'd probably just want a clean layer of just this first as the initial, and then it starts to like, and then pops like a balloon. Please pray for you. You have 2 more days to go to get an entire 3D environment finished. Messed up, wasted a bunch of time learning something that you didn't need to learn, and now you're way behind. Oh, sorry, Trash Boat. You got this. TB, you got this, okay? It'll be a little bit crunchy, and make sure that you take chill time afterwards to recoup, but you got this. Commit to the grind. Promise me that you'll look after yourself afterwards though, yeah? Having a 10-minute break. Been going since 8 AM and it's 10 PM now. Oof. You got this. I believe in you. Like, honestly, for real. Oh, right, because I changed the opacity. 100. There we are. You believe in me? Man in PC. Hell yeah. I mean, that's what I tell everyone. Whenever I share an opinion, I say, but I'm just a person stuck in your computer. So what do I know? But in this particular instance, I know that you have this and believe in that. Send help. Bang, 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 bang. Help me. Tomorrow, while you're in your art class, you might start working on a bit of your animation. See how things go. Hell yeah. My recommendation, Squid, I mean, you've seen it written out. You've seen it written out, but I recommend starting with storyboards. Start with storyboards. Then put together like a proof of concept, maybe. The best thing to do, though, is to film yourself. Like, film yourself, like, striking the poses that the characters, or like, doing the action that you want your character to do. There, please. No. Go back. Thank you. Film yourself doing the thing that you want your character to do, and you'll be able to see what it looks like for somebody to do that action. And then you can crank it up to 11. Like, you can add more of a delay, more of like airtime, whatever it happens to be, but you know what it naturally looks like. Animatic is the term. Yeah, afterwards. I changed that timeline, Billy, to storyboards, reference shots, then animatic, then work on the animation. Recommend fully sending it and just going straight through into animating with no prep work. Ah, you come from the same school of thought as me. No, I have to strong arm myself into following the correct order of things. How's it been another hour? Sorry for yelling. The thing is, if it's like a little cute animation for something, I won't eat my vegetables. I'll just wing it. But for bigger projects, I should eat my vegetables. You have like 4 pictures of storyboarding. That's what you're testing in your double period tomorrow. Oh no. I strongly recommend that if part of those storyboards you have action shots of characters running around and moving around again as well, it takes 5 seconds. It takes 5 seconds. Just ask a friend, like, hey, can you just quickly like film on my phone me doing a skateboard grind down a stair rail or whatever it happens to be, and then use that as a reference. It's so little time committed for such amazing outcomes. So yeah, it's valuable. It's very, 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 very valuable. Yeah. Tony Hawk trick. Yeah, correct. First scene is just the character waking up. Use the waking up animation of Beat from Unbeatable as a reference for a few of the storyboard pictures he did. Hell yeah. Make sure that you have that reference with you when animating as well. Not just for the storyboard. Sorry, don't mind me. I am enthused by the fact that you're starting up animation. It's heckin' cool. I'm excited about the fact that you're starting animation. Now let me drown you in advice. No, take whatever you want from what I'm saying. Ignore the rest. You've wanted to do it for so long. You're actually so hyped. Hell yeah. The biggest thing you need to keep in mind, and this is going to sound corny as all heck, but I don't care. Remember to have fun. It's true. Things will turn out the way that you want. Things will turn out differently from the way that you want. But at the end of the day, having fun with the process is the thing that matters the most. At the end of the day, it's nighttime. Correct. When life gives you lemons, you now have lemons. Exactly. Now you're getting it. You're picking up what I'm putting down. Lemons. You're picking up lemons. I now have lemons. Yay. That's all I'm asking for. So, you know, in stage performances where you have characters spinning around the stage, belting out their I Want song, it's always this thing of, I want purpose, or I want love, or I want redemption, or I want freedom, whatever it happens to be. Can't there be an I Want song belted from the top of a balcony that's just, I've never tried citrus before and I really want lemons? You know, it's just something a little bit more mundane, something that the everyman can, you know, something that the everyman can relate to. That's all I'm asking for. Where's Lemons the musical? I asked for Orange's Stupid Life. That can be That could be the, the third act twist. I thought I'd tried lemons, but they're actually tangerines. No. But then again, that can be the moral of the story at the end of the day is, you know what? Maybe the lemons were the friends we made along the way. I hate it. Make life rue the day it gave you lemons. You're gonna get your engineers to make a gun that can burn your house down with the lemons. Oh, good lord. Such a good rant from Portal 2. Yeah. Squid, have you heard of the clip? Yes. The potato. It's so good. You should go to bed. You have your after school care thing that you volunteered for at the primary school around your area. Plus you have, yeah. Look after yourself, bud. Thanks for hanging around and chatting. Always appreciate it. Now get out there and have fun. Go grab eat the lemons. I'm not sure where the metaphor went. You take lemons over poop. You're all for making lemonade, but no one wants terrible lemonade. Yeah, that's a good point. That is actually a good point. At least with lemons, you've got options, right? Whereas if you've got terrible lemonade, then you've got terrible lemonade, and that's it. With just lemons, you can, I don't know, apply like lemons to some sort of like sauce, or just add a little bit of flavor to a steak or something. Painting every keyframe, or can I program to do some in-betweens? I'm not anticipating there being many in-betweens to do. It's going to be very sort of animatic-esque, where you have like the whole world of Brink together. Like the cracks happen and then it just goes apart. So there's not actually that much animating to be done. Yeah, implied animation, not smooth animation, correct, yeah. Same with the like traversing through the trees in the Duskwood. There's not actually going to be that much frame by framing to do. There'll be some. I'll do some in order to make it feel cohesive, but a lot of it will just be moving objects around in the scene, like moving trees from like in front of you to like to the sides of the screen, and like make them a little bit bigger in the process. Some of the best animation that I know of tends to use a combination of like redrawn cells, as well as some digital animation techniques as well. then if we go through and add a little bit of blue to that pink and just add it to the edges there, just to help round out the planet a little bit more. Cool. We have a cracked egg. I'm streaming more late lately. I am. I mentioned it in passing during a couple of streams, but I should reiterate it. I'm flirting with increasing my streaming hours by a little bit. And instead of just going, bam, 5-hour streams out of nowhere, I'm just kind of pushing them a little bit later than usual to begin with, just to kind of test my stamina, make sure that I'm up for it, and then I can put them into practice afterwards. With skill like mine, truly have the world at my fingertips. Ah, don't I just? And then what happens with Mahali as the curator of the world? Bam. Heckin' wrecked. Okay, so we've got the cracked version, we've got the seam version, and then I need the botless version. So we take this, duplicate, and we clean up. Like the latest streaming, keep it up. That's the plan. That's the plan. I don't anticipate going longer than 6 hours eventually. Like, I think 6 hours will be my cap. That way I can balance both streaming and commission work. There'll be like a little bit of cross-pollinating between the two. Where I stream sometimes during my off hours in like Discord, and then similarly sometimes I'll do commission work on stream. I salute anybody who goes beyond 6 hours. Like Nina, for example, I know goes like 8 to 10 to 12 hours in some cases. It's just mind-boggling, absolutely mind-boggling. Nothing but respect. Not that I think that most people should stream for that long, because that's it's superhuman. But no, for people who do manage to pull it off successfully and healthily, incredible amounts of respect. 6 or 7 hours is perfect. Yeah, yep. I reckon. Imagine how many scribbles we can do across 6 hours. It's a 1.5 times increase from our current amount of scribbling. How you doing, by the way, Biz? Sorry, I'm just vibing. How you doing, bud? How's your day been? I hope your hand's feeling a little bit better. I know that you said that you got your digits out of the cast on what, last Thursday? You doing? Okay. Keep on keeping on. How'd you find they were this morning after the stream yesterday? Working my way up to those 19-hour streams. I've legitimately considered the marathon before. I don't think I have a reason to do one yet, but I might try one at some point. I don't know, if we do like a charity stream at some point, it'd be fun, but I would not make it a regular thing. Keep calm and do it. Yep. Can you imagine the inspirational poster right now? Up, right here, not even on the wall, above the book. Like, over the top of the bookcase. A bit sore at times. It'll get easier. Yeah. Yeah, the more that you get movement back into them, the less sore they'll be. It's not the same. It's not the same at all. But the thing that I can equate it to is with rock climbing, because I'm going to go rock climbing tomorrow after not having gone climbing for a month and a half. Probably. And I'm going to be incredibly sore the day after. I'm going to be incredibly sore the day after, and then even more so the day after that. But then the more that I do, the more chill my body will be afterwards. Subnautica 2 Early Access is starting May 15th, 1 AM. The devs just said in today's video they expect it to be for 2 years. 2 years in Early Access, yeah, fair. We should be done with the first one by then. $30. Wonder if the Xbox version and C versions are crossplay. Well, they tend to advertise it. It'd be fun. I'd be down to play. But you know me, like I'll insist on finishing the first one first. So take that with a grain of salt. Looks at a few things in the backlogs, then lovingly looks back at Overwatch and Slay the Spire 2. Yeah, that's the thing is whenever I'm finished with the day, I'll put in like a Slay the Spire 1 run and then conk out. I don't tend to have the bandwidth after a full day to play anything new. You're so keen to play Subnautica 2 with your son interstate? Yeah, yep. It just makes me so happy when devs are like, yeah, it's multiplayer. Online as well. It's like, yes! I can play it with friends. I can play it with my brother that I don't get to play anything with. It's a game we both liked. Wish you could play together. And then it was announced. Yeah, hell yeah. Yep. You're excited? Good. Yeah, and then all of the like shenanigans happened. But thankfully it's all been put back in order. minutes in 1 minute, Tavern. I'm wrapping up for the evening soon. Thank you for letting me know, though. I appreciate. It'll come in handy when streams are longer, Tavern. I feel like it's missing something. Earth photo. It's late, yeah. What if I... They won't match up, but will clouds do it? Clouds will do it, I think. Yeah, okay. Again, like, these clouds aren't meant for this, they're meant for this. But a pass of clouds, this version of the globe will do it wonders, I think. Hi, Cowardly. How you doing, bud? Sorry, I'm starting wrap up. I'm starting wrap up for tonight. Do some cloud cover on the mid-ocean, a little bit off the edge of the sphere too. Yeah. How you doing, bud? How'd you sleep? Woke up too early? No, you're all good. You're all good. There's always tomorrow's stream. You know you're old when 11 PM is late. No, you know that you're sensible when 11 PM is... I refuse to hear this. I won't stand for it. PM is late on the right day. Exactly, that's the thing, right? Had like 3 hours of sleep and just naturally woke up. Don't understand why. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's especially when you've been well behaved. You're like, I'm going to sleep on time like a normal human, and then you wake up after 3 hours and you're like, sick. No, this is awesome. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. Gone to bed many times, 8:39 PM, just because just because it was time. Yeah, correct. Yeah, I've sent a little sneak peek of the game. Oh, hell yeah. Body's not used to full-time work. You were ready for bed at 8 PM. The art has a deadline, so it must be done. Of course. I told you, it doesn't have a deadline. Deary dear, sorry, bud. Request mod powers, please, so you can pretend to be a demigod. Sorry, not today, bud. Yes, I think clouds over the top should do it, and then we're good. So that's with cracks. We could have the clouds dissipate at that point, then boom, new cloud formations with a bit more whimsy in them as well could be quite a good visual metaphor. Yeah, I'm happy with that. So once I've got that little extra bit done, that means that we've got the starting scene sorted. Then onto the Daybreak Drylands. I need to figure out exactly what I'm going to do for that, because we could do some cool visuals, I think, of like sand, and then you can see like cavern underneath with like stalactites and stuff. I think it'd be heckin' cool. I shouldn't spend too much time on it though, because it's just a shot that will be lingered on for a second and then pass through. Pretty sure your girl's got, but yeah, yep. All right, that's it for me this evening. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I hope you had fun. Tomorrow, bring your tomes. It is a BYOT stream. If you've got any tomes to work on, whether that's art study, history study, whatever it happens to be, bring your tomes in. We'll all study together. The plan is to start with a couple of perspective boxes and then move on to a photo reference. And then the day after tomorrow, we've got community canvas. It's almost Friday again. I'm so excited. No, not toes, tomes, Tomes. Homes, your books. Okay. Quick little reminder before I wind up. It's just the one thing. Reminder that we've got the monthly art fair on at the moment. So if you want to be creative for the month of May, you're looking for something to do, you want a fun little prompt to work to, we've got the monthly art fair for May currently undergoing. If you want all the details for that, you can find them at the bottom of the Discord in the monthly art fair channel. You can find out what's required for it, blah, 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 blah. Otherwise, have an excellent rest of your day or night, depending on where you are. Look after yourselves. See you soon. Bye.